Guys, do you hear me? Am I online? I will need to get my phone out to see the chat though. I unfortunately don't have a second screen. Okay, seems to be online. Well guys, then welcome to my new tier list. It has been a while. There has been some balance changes. And we are gonna do this pre-industrial tier list basically. It will be focused on 1v1 and team match. I'll try to consider both, and if there's like a huge difference in one unit, like if it performs differently in team match, for let's say, then I will explain why that is, and we'll try to rate it overall and not just based on 1v1 or team match. So we'll do that, and for that I need to know again if you guys hear me, because I don't want to mess this up. One last confirmation and I will start basically. One last confirmation and we'll start. Okay, seems to work. Well, then as we see here in the Stone Age, we have the Warrior. And the Warrior is a unit that got changed a lot of times. Like, it got their speed reduced and they have this speed buff, which has been readjusted recently. And then overall, Slingers got nerfed because now they have this minimum range, which effectively buffs them. And Macemen, they have also gotten a nerf a while back ago. They have like reduced building damage, which kinda nerfed them as well, which just in turn means that the Warrior itself got buffed by quite a lot. But then there's also to consider that in Bronze Age a huge amount of units got buffed, so there is a lot more counterplay in the Bronze Age against the Warrior. Also particularly towers and bulwarks perform quite good against it. So it's still a good unit. I would rate it, to be honest, at A tier. Like, you can use it and you will mostly perform good, but it's not a unit right now that can carry you the game, because just a couple defenses can usually deal with them quite easy. And yeah, then we have the Slinger. And the Slinger, as we said, it got a nerf, but its performance damage-wise is still good. Like, it has a lot of range, a lot of armor piercing because of the high damage. So if you have a ball of them and you place them a bit spread out, they can still perform good. Though, in the current state, I would, to be honest, put them in B tier. They just don't perform as good anymore. Maceman. The Maceman, especially because the Slinger got nerfed, is extremely strong now. Since the Slingers now have a minimum range, means they cannot always shoot the Maceman. Which means if the Maceman gets too close, the Slinger will just run away and not do its damage, and that is really bad. And essentially, even though if the building damage of the Maceman got nerfed back then, right now it's the superior unit just because the Warrior and Slinger don't perform good against it, and it's the natural counterfeit. So right now I would put it at S tier, not S+, because S+ is like a unit you make it and it totally wins you the game. Maceman is not that unit yet. It performs strong, but there is some counters to it. Especially archers, slingers, if you can still spread them out with a couple towers, bulwarks, they can completely negate Maceman. But it's definitely a strong unit for now. Bulwark, I would put it also in S tier. It got a lot of nerfs, but it's still such an amazing structure. You place it down and it deals a lot of damage, and it doesn't take your population, which just means if you're attacking the enemy base and he's attacking yours and you have like 10 bulwarks, you will defend fine, while the enemy will just die. So it's incredibly useful right now. It's not S+ because of the nerfs, even though the nerfs weren't that hard, The biggest nerf to it is actually that the Maceman is so much used right now, and the Maceman is just a counter of the Bulwark. If it was more the Slinger meta, for example, I would put the Bulwark still in S+, but because of the Maceman meta, the natural counter is strong, so the Bulwark is kinda weaker. Let's see, what do we take now? Asian Spearman, I think. Asian Spearman, I mean, it was always considered quite a bad unit, but now with the Stone Age a bit nerfed and the production speeds increased, and in general that you can tech up faster, it can be quite okay, but I don't think it's that particularly great, so I will just put it in D tier. The armor is quite lacking, and beside the speed it has no advantage over the warrior. Like, okay, it does have the range, which you can use sometimes situationally, but you can only use it if you fight another melee unit like warriors. And usually the warriors, they don't fight the spearmen, they just run around, kill your workers. So, yeah. Why rate units when you can rate players YouTubers for extra drama and controversy? Well, Lodi asked for tier list, so we're gonna do the tier list. No need for drama right now. We have the Asian archer. Back then archers were quite strong, any kind of archer, because if you put them like in a ball of units, they all shoot and they become very strong. This can still work only if you have a big amount of archers. When a unit gets close to them, instead of running away, they're actually shooting a unit somewhere else. If that is happening, they are still extremely good. But if you have lower numbers and the enemy units gets close and they run away, that's when they become quite weak, to be honest. Sometimes the kiting can be used quite effectively, sometimes it's just bad. So it's really situational, but in general they are kinda weaker now, especially because they also got HP nerfed, most of the archers. So I would put this, to be honest, in A tier. The only advantage this has is because it's very cheap right now. Like, you can afford it, it produces quite fastly right now, so it's kind of worth it. Then we have the Asian Horseman. I'm just gonna put that one in F directly. That unit has absolutely no use except for upgrading to other units, but that doesn't make this unit good, it makes the other unit good that you upgraded to. This unit has like no uses because you need like a minute to unlock it. You need stables which don't have good scaling, which means you don't get anything in Iron Age, you don't get any extremely good unit in Middle Age. There's a lot of counters to it, like the spearmen slowing them down, and in general spearmen or melee infantry units performing much better damage wise. This unit right now is just yeah, it has no use. Maybe you can rate a bit, but yeah, it's very weak right now. What is Asia? Yeah, this one. I would put this in triple F if there was triple F. This one is this one is the same as the Europe Horseman. It's just the Asian Horseman is just even worse. Like, instead of a bit of raiding, this unit can do absolutely nothing. There is some people in Team Match who say you can make it to counter some kind of Ashigaru rushes by placing them on the map and then sniping a unit one by one, but the damage output is so bad that they can also dodge it, that it's not really working at all, and then they also shoot very fast, which means, I mean, it sounds good, but in reality it means that you can't use your DPS effectively because you will be shooting, moving like 3 seconds shooting, and if you reload in like, I don't know, 1.5 seconds, you're wasting like half the time. So if that unit had like a reload of 3 seconds and would do, I don't know, 20 damage, that would be already much better. Do you know why developers stopping releasing new countries frequently? Game is progressing very low. Are there any new news about American Africa? American Africa, they said they are gonna be a DLC after the release, whenever that is gonna be. So not anytime soon. And new countries, I mean, they had a slowdown, but now they are teasing already for Iran nation, I think, as you might have seen today in the developer blog. So there's definitely coming something new. And best unit is the Tiger. Yeah, the Tiger is... I don't like it. It's killing me all the time. Okay, let's continue. We have Bronze Tower of Asia. I'm gonna put this straight up in S+. Really nothing changed to it, I would say. The only nerf it got was that archers now have minimum range, which means they get less used. And towers were kinda the counter to archers in general. But this is just a small thing. In general, this tower is still extremely strong. Nothing can really destroy it except hand ram and maybe a good amount of heavy spearmen. But if you also protect the towers with a couple slinger or archer or whatever, spearmen, the tower, like, you can't take them down. So defensively they're extremely strong, you can hide units, and also aggressively. If you play like a bulwark opening, maybe proxy base, or you just do straight up bulwark rush and you upgrade them, you have a tower there that's unkillable and it's destroying everything in your base. Like, it gives you huge map control, and to take it down is much more effort. So yeah, it's definitely gonna stay S+. Yeah, this one. I mean, I don't know how to rate this unit because, like, there's only this ship, there's like no equivalent. So yeah, I'll just put it in B, I guess. Like, it's a ship, you can put your units inside, it will land at the enemy base. It's of course much weaker than medieval ship, but medieval is also like 2 edges above. This unit has an archer attack, but that one is quite bad. It can shoot down some docks over a long period of time, maybe snipe some fishing boats, so it has its use, but it's mostly very limited and for transporting workers, for example, on an island. It does its job basically. Heavy Spearman. I will put the Heavy Spearman 8 here. It is a decent upgrade from the Spearman. 1 more damage allows it just to destroy buildings much easier, because buildings have like Asian 2.5 armor, European like 4, I think. So it effectively boosts the damage a lot, by even to 50% against Euro buildings, and it's just a nice damage boost. The armor is also quite nice in comparison to the Spearman, which gets an Iron Age like 1.4, Bronze is 0.4. The Heavy Spear gets, I don't know, to be honest, like 3.4 I think. It's a lot higher and it can tank some more damage, it has higher HP pool. It's just a much better performing unit, especially for tanking, for raiding. So yeah, just solid, to be honest. And it's quite cheap, so why not? Heavy Archer. S tier. This one is not S+ anymore. It has gotten the range nerf. It didn't get an HP nerf, which just means in huge numbers, as discussed earlier, it's still very strong. Its armor and its performance, damage wise, its accuracy, it's just very strong still. It will win against almost everything, except when it gets outnumbered. That's the only point where it kinda loses. And of course, if the enemy has good base building, good tower setup, they effectively can't do anything. But beside that, they're still gonna destroy all the armies on the map, and it's a very strong unit. I played on an island that only had 2 mines with 5000 iron. The match took 2 hours until my enemies spent all the resources and gave up. Yeah, that happens. Some island games have limited amount of resource, and yeah, it just becomes a waiting game. But what can we do? Okay, Handram I think is the last Asian unit. I mean, it's just like the ship basically. It has its job, it can destroy buildings, but only if there's not much enemy units there, because it has very low HP. And most of the time, if the enemy can even select the towers and micro shoot the hand ram, it will just die before even doing any damage. So this unit is very limited. It's usually only good when you already start winning the fight and then you add in a couple of them to take down the buildings behind it. That's the only use. But if you didn't win the fight yet and use it, it's extremely bad. That's why it's B tier, to be honest. It could be worse, maybe D tier, but because of its high DPS, when it actually reaches a building, I would still give it B tier. Okay, let's go to the Europe. Yeah, let's just start with this tower. This tower is almost the same as the Asian tower. It is though European, so it needs a forge, which makes it quite slower accessible in comparison to the Asian tower. Performance wise, it has less armor, slightly less, but it has 100 more HP, which in return means it's more durable actually. It has more range, it has more damage. The cost is also higher though, but because you get it that slow and it's dependent on a forge, it's actually only S tier. On some maps you need to fight for the iron, and if you can't make a tower, you will lose control over it and it might lose you the game. Like if you're in a corner and the iron is outside and the person spams down some tower and you can't counter tower it, it's GG. So yeah, that's the reason why it's at S and not S+, but as with the Asian tower, if it's defensive or aggressively set up, it still performs very good against almost all units. Spearman, Europe Spearman. I would put this on A tier. It has, with the attack speed upgrade now, it got buffed, so they're attacking faster with it, and it gives you a huge amount of DPS. With the armor upgrade they also have decent armor, they're very cheap to make, produce fast, and you can upgrade them from warriors even to do a sneak attack from behind, so they are very strong right now. And yeah, just a very good unit, what can I say. Then we have the European Archer. Yeah, I would put them on B. They are still very okay, to be honest, in defending. They have a fast speed of 65, which means you can outmaneuver a lot of stuff. You can snipe ships at the coastline and whatever. Snipe behind wood lines. You can do all the stuff with it, but it has gotten an HP nerf, it has gotten the range nerf, so it is now kinda weak to infantry units. Like spearmen, heavy spearmen, units as such will just overwhelm this archer because it's European, so you get the timing. The timing of the archer is very slow, and they also cost a considerable amount, to be honest. And for the timing, it's not the best unit, to be honest. And there's too many counters for the timing. EU heavy spearman is better than a heavy archer. It's Asian heavy spearman, man. Now we will do okay, let's do European heavy spearman now. This one is actually, yeah, I think it deserves S+. It has an incredible amount of armor. It's so high that when it gets shot at by most bronze units, it will just never die. And even against most Iron Age units, it just doesn't die, except when it's an actual counter like X-Men. But the timing for X-Men is also delayed and no one's gonna make X-Men, to be honest. So against most units, especially against Asia, they have a very high HP pool, which means if they get in your base, they can just run around, kill your workers will be idle forever, and yeah, they just don't die. DPS wise, their attack speed got buffed, so even DPS wise they are now same as the European Spearman, maybe even slightly higher because they have the extra 1 damage. It's just a very strong unit right now. European Horseman, I would put it also A tier. It has gotten a damage buff once a while ago, I think, so it performs against units much better, but it has gotten a building damage reduction, which means if the enemy has good base building, you cannot really enter his base, and that is a huge problem for it. because it will not have the damage to burst down walls. Even with worker repair speed nerf, they cannot breach it. But when you get inside, you're gonna do a lot of damage to workers, and killing them can be quite a challenge because they're fast and have a lot of HP. Towers will miss, towers will not do much damage, and once it's in, it's gonna do a lot of problems. You can trust me on that one. X-Men. I mean, X-Men is just... it's okay to use, but it's not particularly better than Heavy Spear or Swordsman. So why would you make it? The only reason you make it is to actually counter stuff. Very specific stuff, like Heavy Spear or Legionary. That's why you make it, but beside that it has not really much use. It got an splash damage increase, but it's still not enough to make the change. Its cost is quite high for its performance against weaker units, and because it has like absolutely no armor, it means all the weaker units, if they just spam them, they will take down the X-Men eventually. So yeah, they don't like the durability. They don't have the durability, I mean. Yeah, Swordsman. Yeah, I would say Swordsman are still A tier. They have very high DPS, are fast, have decent armor, are quite cheap now, fast to produce. They have like everything, but they are still, yeah, how to say it, just not the thing I would like to make. You need an upgrade, which means they come 1 minute slower, where you could have made like already half an army of heavy spearmen. The swordsmen have some specific uses, which is just going around and sniping stuff in enemy base. But in a straight up fight, especially in more choke point areas, with their lacking range, they just perform not as good against heavy spearmen, for example, or X-Men, or archers in general. So yeah. Factor, will you make industrial tier list later, or do another stream? I feel like this tier list is gonna go on for quite a while, so it's probably gonna be next time, maybe, we'll see. The European boat, I'm just gonna put it also in B tier. It has, I think, one more slot to transport units, but it's European, so you get it slower. It takes 2 population, so essentially population per transport, it's slightly less than Asia. Damage wise it's a bit better, it's just kinda equal, there's no up or downside, to be honest. It's just a unit that you make for specific uses. It doesn't really compare to other units. Make Imperial Edition giveaway. Unfortunately I don't have Imperial Edition to give away. Yeah. Ah, European also. Okay, I'm gonna put this in S. Actually, maybe 18. Back then it maybe was an S, but now with the archers nerf, if people use actually much more infantry, the infantry deals kinda okay with the RAM. But if they are using archers, or if you have a superior army, because you're Europe, so you most likely will have a better army eventually, except if the opponent's already Middle Age with more population. But if you are Iron Age and they are Iron Age and you have an army winning, if you add in a couple rams, or maybe just one, you will be able to take down pretty much anything. Like all the towers, houses, they just go down. And it takes quite an effort to destroy the ram, like you can't just send 2 units to destroy it. You need like 10 units going to it and hitting it for quite a while, so it's kinda worth it, and if it just takes down 2 houses, it's already worth it. We have... what do we have? East Asia, let's start with East Asia. We have the Ashigaru. Ashigaru is definitely S tier right now. It's very easy upgraded from Spearman and Heavy Spear. It has a lot of range, damage, attack speed, decent armor, it's quite cheap. And because you upgrade it, you can access it with 1 barrack, which just makes this unit incredibly nice once you get it. Ashigarus have full building damage, which means they will also be able to snipe bronze buildings quite easy, very fast in general. Medieval buildings they can still take down, but it will take them significantly longer. But when you rush them out and fight against the bronze base, they're gonna do wonders. Especially if you snipe a main building. It's almost impossible to counter repair it because of the damage output. What do you mean XFactor fail? Want coaching from units for free? I don't understand. Well, what is this? This is longbow, I think. Where's the East Asian archer? I didn't sort this, unfortunately. I think this is East Asian archer. I'm gonna put it A tier. Maybe S, but yeah, I would say A. It has gotten HP nerf, if I'm right. It still has incredible damage, 16 damage in 1.5 seconds. For archers, that's a lot. And that means if you get them positioned out, a bit spread out, and you just let them shoot, they will have an insane damage output. Which just makes this unit very great, to be honest. Especially if you position it good. One downside is it has 50 speed, which means if Ashigaru or Samurai, for example, or any other fast units just bypass them, you're gonna have trouble in your base. But that's the only downside of it. If you manage to choose the fight, if you manage to apply pressure with them, maybe later with some rocket cannon or hand cannon, then the enemy has to run into them and then they will do wonders for the price, especially. XFactor Gaslighter, KW. Where's the Samurai? There it is. Samurai, I will put it S tier. It's... you can't upgrade it like the Ashigaru, but once you have upgraded your barracks, you will have the Samurai and the Ashigaru together, which effectively boosts your production speed by like 2 times. And Samurai and Ashigaru work quite good in a mix, like the Ashigaru with low HP and it's a low range, low armor. They will stay at range because they have more range. And the Samurai with lower range and more armor, they will stay close, so they are effectively tanking. And then also, because they're close, they will get all the splash damage. So in the combination, they're doing quite good, to be honest. And Ashigaru, yeah, it has good single target damage, but the Samurai, if you get the splash damage, it's just insane. It's on another level. And even then, it still has itself single target damage. It is not to underestimate. It can destroy buildings, it can destroy big armies, but the only downside it has is that it's very expensive. So it really depends if you can make them work or not. If you produce them and you can't make it work, you will lose out on a lot of resource. But if you produce them and win the fight and maybe snipe houses and whatever in the base, splash damage some workers, then they are absolutely worth it and S tier deserved. Okay, the Ronin. Where's the Ronin? God damn it. There it is. The Ronin. Yeah, why not? The Ronin is also S tier because it has high mobility. It is a barrack for... it has a stable for the future mounted Samurai, which is gonna be S+, spoiler alert. And the Ronin, you can just make a couple of them. Like you can have your main army with Ashigaru Samurai or archers or whatever, and you can make like 2 stable. Oh no, did my Wi-Fi die? Oh no, I don't know. Guys, please confirm, did my Wi-Fi die? Ronin S tier? No? Because of my phone the Wi-Fi died, whatever. Interesting. Well, the Ronin is fast, so you can make like 1 stable or 2 and just send them to the enemy backline. You can raid some workers on a stone deposit or wood line and poultry yard or whatever, and you can just be annoying with them constantly and they have good damage output to consistently snipe workers. So yeah, they deal quite good with raiding, and I don't know if I mentioned it, but they are very fast with 100 speed, so why not just add a stable or 2? Horse Archer. Horse Archer. Is this Horse Archer? No, that's something else. This one. I will put it in B tier, to be honest. His damage output for horse is not good, to be honest. It has low range because it can shoot while moving, so you have to be quite close to the enemy. And if you produce a lot of them, then surely they become more effective. But on the other hand, because they are like a ball of units, it means that they have like even less range, because the units that are further back, well, they can not really shoot. So you have to get incredibly close to the enemy so that all your horse archer can shoot, and then enemy archers will hit you, or spearmen might catch you and slow you down or whatever. It's just not working out as it should. And it has bad accuracy, which also means they will miss a lot. Raiding with them, it's okay, but you can just use a Ronin and it will do much better. I don't see the advantage of a horse archer raiding in comparison to a Ronin, because if you were to micro them to get an advantage, then it would need a lot of micro in raiding, because if you have like 2 horse archers at the worker and now there's some units chasing your horse archers would need to like micro all the time, and it's just not worth it, because you want to have your main army fighting and then just a couple Ronin raiding, and you don't need to watch them specifically. That's much more APM efficient. And the horse archers, they just don't work if you don't micro them. So that's why they're quite bad, to be honest. I will only come back if XFactor wants me to, unless you guys want me to join his tier list for spicy arguments. I'm sure he would love it. I mean, I would invite you, but unfortunately I have not set up my Discord. So that cannot work right now. Is there any unit left in the early medieval stage of East Asia? Springald. Oh yeah, let's just put them A tier, as well as the rocket cannon. It's both are quite usable in some situations. The Springald is very good at doing damage. It has an insane damage, but it all just depends if it can do the damage. Like if it just dies, then it's kinda bad, but it's quite cheap, except the time your workers need to spend on building it. And if you fight units like horses even, because of the big hitbox, or elephants, they do wonders basically. Rocket cannon on max range, it can just do constant chip damage, slow down units, do some damage, so it's kinda okay. But it's not like the best unit you're ever gonna make, that's why it's just A tier. It's okay, it's kinda good, but it's not like gonna carry you the game. There's some people who spam like rocket cannon, like 20, and people call it OP, but they're very immobile, and most of the time when that happens they just sit in their base and the opponent has the entire map. If you are able to spam them aggressively though, then they can become very strong, but to get in such a position you're probably already winning the game. Okay. Yeah, Chokonu, someone said. Where are you, Chokonu? Well, I'm blind. That's a crossbow. Guys, where's the Chokonu? This? Yeah, I think this. I'm gonna put it D tier. I might have put it B tier, but it has very good damage, that's why I would put it B tier. But right now the range is just so low that it's actually like a melee unit, to be honest. Like, there's never a case where you shoot with them on a range and the enemy is not gonna attack you. Like, they are so low range, they are actually infantry. And they have low HP pool, which just makes them die. So that's why they are D tier. But if you can somehow make them usable without them dying, like if you have actual frontline that doesn't move much, because if you move much they will also miss a lot, but if you somehow make them work then they might be B tier or A tier even. But right now, with the low range, there's just no way to make them work. Maybe against Landsknecht or squads they can do okay, but we don't see them that often. Okay, let's go for the mounted samurai. Let's go, where are you? There you are. Directly S tier. S plus tier. No, that's not samurai, that's cuirassier. Wait a second. There it is. Okay. The mounted samurai. This unit is absolutely godlike. Yeah, mounted cuirassier. Yeah, mounted samurai is absolutely godlike. It's super fast. It's quite affordable for its price. Like, it's 2 times less iron than 2 samurais for 2 population. It has insane damage. It has splash damage. It's like a Ronin, which is already S tier, but now it does more damage, has more armor, does more damage. It's just absolutely insane unit. It is so strong it can wipe out pretty much any army on the map. Like if someone moving with 100 archer and you send like, okay, 100 archer a bit too much maybe, like 80 archer and you send like 30 mounted samurai or 20, they will just wipe them all out. And then like he moves across the map with all his army for like a while, and then you send some mounted samurai super fast and they just wipe everything. They go in the base, through a house maybe, and then they kill workers in a matter of seconds. It's insane unit. You can use this unit even industrial. Why make it an S plus F tier when you can make it gay straight? Oh my god. Well, Pitiam, we want to make it how to say it, so people can use it, you know. Because we don't want to get political. Ashigaru Yari. Yeah, I mean, I would put it 8 here. It's a straight up upgrade from the Ashigaru, but because you only get it in late medieval and it's not upgradable from heavy spearman or spearman, the timing of it is just much slower, and by then the opponent has obviously more defensive forces and it gets weaker. But of course, if you need an extra strength in your army, you can just add in a couple of those with your samurai, with your Ashigaru. It will save you some production speed also, because they're all in the same barrack and they will do quite okay, to be honest. I think I said like 100 times, to be honest, in this tier list. I just came here and I'm really surprised by the towers being so high, yet the spear horse is so low. Yeah, the towers are kinda strong. They just keep getting buffs instead of nerfs, so yeah, they are in the top. And the horses, they are just, I mean, the bronze horse, they are just untouched. The later horses, of course, mounted samurai, for example, they are just a beast. We have, oh yeah, we have a unit that no one even knows, I think. Dragoon for East Asia. Yeah, F tier. That thing, I don't think anyone ever uses it, because why use it instead of a gunpowder unit, which individually has better DPS and is cheaper? Okay, the gunpowder horse, the, how do you call it, I forgot already, the Dragoon, it has high mobility, but it's not like it can use its mobility. It's like with the horse archer in the Bronze Age. If you raid with it, you need to like be constantly moving and kiting with it, so raiding with this is very hard because it's too micro intensive. If you are kiting army, it's kinda okay, but you could do exactly the same thing with like Hakwabisias, like the gunpowder unit, or out of the shooting range. And they have enough speed to kite, because when they kite they will also kill the units and they will actually not really catch up. And the speed of the Dragoon is basically just overkill. So yeah, it's just gonna end up at F tier. Yeah, I hate searching units, so that yeah. Hakwabisir, Yeah, it's a good question. It's quite good because of the kiting. I would put it S tier, but since it got this minimal range nerf, it kinda reduces its kiting ability. Because when units actually get too close, you can't kill them to kite more. You will actually get hit, and then it just performs slightly worse. But in general, this unit has still a lot of damage, DPS, so it's gonna burst down a lot of units, especially if you like are able to split out a bit. And if like an enemy army is chasing a couple units, while the others of your Harquabusiers are all shooting those units, then they can work quite good. I think that was it. Maybe. Yeah, I guess if I forget something, I'll just go back to it. Let's go to West Asia. West Asia, ASAP. I'll just put B tier. It's kinda the equivalent of Ashigaru, just less damage and less attack speed, I think. I mean, the armor is slightly worse, maybe. Just very slightly. The cost is very good though. So it's like a spam unit basically. It doesn't do much, but it's kinda like a meat shield. Which means in late game stages where you just spam hundreds of units, it can be quite okay as tanking. But performance wise, it's really not the greatest. And upgrading it works like the Ashigaru, but because it's so cheap to make, upgrading it is like a huge waste of resources. While watching this tier list to buff S plus unit. Exactly. Zarbas. I would say it's just a downgrade from the East Asian Archer. It shoots slightly slower, it has less damage, and slightly faster speed, but that are basically the trade-offs. It's also slightly cheaper. Again, it's like a spammable unit, but it doesn't really perform good. So just gonna go to B tier. Sipak and Mamluk. Yeah, I'm gonna put Sipak in D and Mamluk in... Yeah, an A, I would say. The Sipak itself, because it has no armor, it just dies, which means it doesn't achieve anything, and it's kinda expensive. But if it does get into your woodline and starts raiding stuff, it's gonna kill a lot. It does have low speed, so the enemy has more time to prepare, as for example against mounted samurai, and it has low damage, so it cannot really destroy buildings to get in. And it also has a huge hitbox, which means wall pieces can block it off more easily. It's just a huge downgrade from the mounted samurai, but it's also 1 age earlier. It does have its uses sometimes if you can sneak it into the enemy, but right now it's too easy to counter. Then the upgraded version though, the mounted, the armored Sipak, the Mamluk, that one is even more expensive, which means it's a huge investment, but it does have an incredible amount of armor, which means it can take on most units, and if it does get into the enemy base, it will not just die to archer fire or towers easily, so it has sustainability to kill a lot of workers. Mamluk is it's also very expensive. Yeah. Ballista. Oh. S plus or S? I would say S. It was S plus because of the high DPS and good range it had, and easy accessibility because you can build it by workers very close to enemy base. But because currently it's more infantry based meta, and that means that it's too easy to deal with it. Archers, they usually have to snipe it from range, which sounds like it's better, but in reality you can just move onto the archers and kill them before they kill your ballista, or use your ballista as a meat shield even. But if there's infantry in there now that you're facing, then it will have a lot of push power, and it will push to your ballista and kill your workers also nearby, and it's just performing slightly worse right now. Oh no, my phone is battery dying. KW. Elephant. I mean, this unit is like, you don't actually use it except for upgrading. It's just bad, like it doesn't have anything. I mean, it does have HP, but I guess you could use it as a tank for your army, but it has a big hitbox, so it will get hit by archers quite easily, and damage wise it's not really strong. Yeah, it's not really good right now. But it's just for upgrading, so it doesn't matter. Then we have the upgraded version, Archer Elephant. This one is like also bad, it has no armor. The archers on top of it are not really the best. They have low damage, low accuracy, and yeah, they just don't perform as good as, for example, an archer boy. There's really no use for this unit. You can kite with it, but it's very situational, and you need to get an elephant house for it, which also is a building you need to build completely new. Like, you can't just upgrade your barrack like for the spearman into Ashigaru spearman. You can just upgrade the barrack, or for shooting ranges from bronze to medieval age. For this you actually have to upgrade the workers and build it completely new. And then the production speed is also very slow, so you will never really get a critical amount of them. Oh yeah, we forgot legionaries. Legionary. Yeah, it's 80, like, especially in team match, you can rush it from the back line, and then they will just move forward, and you can snipe some temples basically, because they are very high armored, they are kinda not dying, and they have high DPS. All the tools you need for sniping main buildings against low attack players. The archers and spearmen will basically do no damage. That's the strength of the legionary. In 1v1 it's not so much used because it is extremely expensive, and you will usually never have time to afford the resource to use it. There is some circumstances where you can use it. It's when the Asian player, due to whatever reasons, is not aging up fast enough. Then you can make it before they get medieval units, and you will actually have a strong army with which they cannot deal with, basically. 7 could not resist. Okay. 1 minute break. I need to get a charger for my phone. Enjoy the music, KW. Jesus. Okay guys, we are back in business. I hope my microphone is not messed up. Are you gonna make a tier list for the industrial units too? Maybe I will, maybe. We'll need to see. Okay, let's see what you guys been writing. A Rama elephant. Yeah, the Rama elephant is strong. It has very good damage. So essentially, when you get to the enemy base, they're gonna destroy buildings quite easily. They have the armor to tank it. And the reason why people didn't use it that much is because it was the archer meta. And archers kinda naturally countered it. against infantry units, this elephant is a beast. Like, it's gonna kill any single infantry unit in the game. And back then there has been a different meta. Back then you could use ram elephants with Mamluks and it was an unstoppable combo. Maybe it's back in the game, who knows. But if infantry is the meta, this elephant will be very strong. Because to counter it, people need to switch to archers, and then you can maybe use your own infantry with the elephant. I mean, there's also some cheese with them. You can build in proxy, you can transport them with ships and snipe like a dock, for example, then overwhelm with ships. There's like many ways to play them. But we have not seen them very much, but now maybe with the meta change, people might pick it up. Armored archer elephant, I will just put it also D, maybe B. It is stronger because it just doesn't die to random units anymore. It has now good armor, just like the ram elephant. It is able to kite better, but it's more expensive and it takes longer time to produce, which makes its benefits it's getting not really worth. Because in war selection your army dies and you need to replace it fast, and if this unit dies, you're not gonna replace it in under 2 minutes. And you lose a lot of momentum with this unit. Doesn't Bombardier have even longer range than Battleship? Yeah, Bombardier is 400. Battleship, if I remember right, is 350. Armor Archer Elephant can be good if enemy don't play East Asia. Yeah, I mean, they can be good if they are able to kite stuff, but as I said, you need to make the normal elephant, you need to upgrade it to this, you need to upgrade to this, you need a separate building. It's just so much time that you lose, it just makes this unit not usable. And this one, you can produce it just like this one, so it's kinda okay. I mean, it's S tier, so more than okay. Wow, the ships. What the fuck? Ah, this is... I thought I missed the RAM, but it's from East Europe. Is this a junk? This looks like a junk. I mean, junk... It's a good ship. It performs quite good. But again, there's not much ship equivalence, like... There's one ship you can make and that's it. And this ship is better than the European version because it can shoot while moving, it has good transport volume, it's cheap to make, so I just say it's S tier. Then for Europe, that ship is obviously, I mean, it does its job. Like, if you per cost, it performs stationary the same as a junk and population wise. So if you invest 3000 wood into galleons, or galleys I think, and 3000 into junk, and they are not moving, they might even win against the junk. But the thing is, they can only be used defensively, and they can be used whatever you need them for. And they are Europe, so the timing is also slower, so that's the reason why they are B tier basically. Because by the time you will invest 1000 resources into this guy will be already invested with like 3000. And then you just get outnumbered and it's gonna snowball. Then on the other hand, the siege ship. I mean, okay, wait. This is East Europe. There's one difference between West Europe and East Europe. Yeah, we're gonna do that later. We're not gonna do the West Europe right now. The warship. That one is S+ actually. You need the 2 gunpowder upgrades for it, so it performs better. They have 3 Bashibusuk inside the house of the ship and 4 on top, shooting while moving. And the 4 on top already are beating junks by a lot. And then if you are stationary and you get another 3, you will have 7 shooting and they become extremely strong. In theory, if you are close range, even against industrial ships, they will win. And then they're also cheap, just OP unit. It's like the mounted samurai of the water basically. Yeah, they have 3 inside and 4 on top. You can see like a window opening up when you like stand still. It's they are very hidden. This is turtle ship. Yeah, turtle ship is detailed right now. Maybe back then it was kinda okay, but now, since island games are more a thing and people only play East Asia on those, usually it's like a spam of junks and warships, and if you make a turtle ship you invest so much resource and they just die, because their ship versus ship performance is very bad. But if you're already winning the water and you can snipe down some towers with it or main building, they can be okay. But even then, their damage output and range is not really high, and some archers on the coast or a catapult or whatever will just deal with them quite easy. So right now they are not as strong as they used to be. What do you mean? Don't do XFactor. Ah, okay. Team on Asia. Yeah, West Asia Galleon, I think. Yeah, this one is the same as turtle ship. It has a secondary attack though, a bombard attack with a higher range, but that one is just like one cannon shell, which is basically like almost no damage, which you can just easily ignore with one worker out repairing. And cost-wise, it's super expensive. Super expensive. So if you're gonna make those ships and you lose them, you already lost like the resource for half your investment. Like, they are extremely expensive, and they don't perform good, so they are D tier. They might have been F tier if they didn't have the bombard attack. I guess we did all the Asian ships now, and one European galley. I mean, this galley, West Asia also has it, so it's exactly the same one. So we didn't break the tier list. We still just did what we were supposed to do, but we forgot some things. For example, the West Asian towers and some units. The question is, what is the West Asian tower? It's probably this one. But then again, this one looks kinda the same. Yeah, let's just pretend that... I actually don't know. What is this? Does anyone know? West Asia is on the left. Like, if this is East Europe, and this is West Europe, and this is West Asia, is that East Asia? But why does... okay. One says on the left, one on the right. East is on the right, okay. Okay, I'll just do East, I guess. I mean, it's a tower. You can't take it down. It's kinda okay for the cost. It's S tier basically, like you can't just send some units to kill it. You need some siege weapons, and if you have them on the coast, they also do very good against ships. If you have them in the woodline, your workers can hide inside. Mounted samurai cannot destroy the tower anymore with the building damage nerf they had. So they are the best counter against a unit like mounted samurai. So they deserve the S tier for sure. West Asian tower deserves S tier also. Back then it didn't, because it had less armor. Now it still has less armor, but all towers got armor buffed. And now with the extra armor the West Asia has, it benefits much more than the other towers. And now actually infantry units cannot take it down as easy anymore at all. Back then you could send like Ashigaru or swordsmen and they would deal with the tower. Now it's much harder, which means they take like... it takes the other units like double the time to kill it, which means your workers are 2 times longer safe, the tower is shooting 2 times longer. It just makes this tower now much better. It's super dirt cheap, and it has decent DPS output if the enemies are close. That's why it's S tier. But in comparison to East Asia, it does lack the armor, and it does lack the high damage arrow to pierce like enemy armored units. And it's of course a bit more cheaper in response to that. Cannon towers, yeah, exactly, cannon towers now. Where's cannon tower? I'm confused, there's no cannon tower, is there? Oh, I'm monkey. I put the cannon tower here, Jesus. I mean, they are buffed, like, they're not as bad as before. Back then they were maybe D tier or F tier, but now they're okay. Like, you can upgrade them and you have a cannon that's basically 0 population. It can be okay in some maps, like if it's more choke point style of map and you need like map control over a certain area, you can upgrade them and they will do okay. But on open maps it's still most useless tower because, well, you can just take the place where it's not fortified, and if you fortify everything, well, then you do that and the enemy just goes industrial and kills it with some cannons, so it's not the strongest right now. But yeah, on some maps it has its use. But then again, you also always need to consider you can just make a cannon instead. So yeah, it's only on some maps where you really need the population. Speaking of cannons, West Asia cannon definitely... yeah, fuck it, it's S+. It is super dirt cheap for a cannon. It has good range, it has very high DPS, it has good accuracy. It does need a melting house though, which is the only downside, but considering everything else it has, it's just insanely good. Like, I've never had a game where I make one in a normal battle where people spam units, like archers fighting, spearmen fighting or whatever, and that this cannon did not have at least 10 kills. I never had that. Most had like 20, 30, but you will always get value from these cannons, always. So just S+ basically. You make it and you profit. There's no downside. Horses can take it down, but that's a big if. Like, first the horses need to get close, which they probably run into spearmen or something, get slowed down, and then the cannon can also just shoot the horse and it just dies. So, especially if you have like cannons spread out, it's really hard to counter this unit. It's super strong. It's just like when you play against it, you just take chip damage constantly and you can't really deal with it. You can snipe it with horse somehow maybe, but it really depends on how good the enemy can defend it. If you can defend it and you can't snipe it, it's just suffering until you get yourself better units or industrial. Like, if East Asia didn't have mounted samurai, West Asia might be better with the cannons itself only. Like, the cannons will totally carry. But if mounted samurai exist and they raid your base, well, you're just gonna suffer. And then East Asia can eventually outspam or even go industrial, so... yeah. Cannons carry in every age. Yeah, cannons are strong. I think... okay, there's the Bashi Bazooka. Ooh, this is a good question. Yeah, because of the range nerf, I would say it's S. But the Bashi Bazooka, out of all gunpowder, it has the highest DPS ever. And not just DPS, I mean like time to kill. Like, it's not wasting its damage on shooting someone. It's actually gonna kill most opponents in 3 or 4 hits. It's not gonna shoot an extra hit just for like 5 HP or something. It's very optimized unit in killing stuff, which increases its attack very nicely. And if you kite with it, it's a very strong damage dealer. It's super cheap, fast to produce. Yeah, the only downside is like low HP pool and the range nerf now. That's why it's S and not S+. What do we have? Did we do everything now for Asia? Guys, please confirm. Wait, what is this? No, that's East Europe. Huh? Oh, we have an imposter. That's not an Ashigaru. Imposter detected. Yari Ashigaru too? Wait. God damn it! So many similar looking units. Kick W. Okay guys, did I mess up something else? Second to last. Wait. Yeah, it's fixed now, I think. No one seems to be complaining. Or maybe... hand cannon. Well... hand cannon's S tier. It has also, just like West Asian cannon, insane amount of DPS. I think it has even the highest. It shoots 100 damage in 5 seconds, I believe. And the range is quite solid when you face non-cannon type of armies. Which means if you have this unit at the back, it's gonna do insane damage. It's gonna slow down all the units if it doesn't kill them. And it's gonna kill everything also in one shot, so it's not gonna waste a lot of damage. It's very strong unit. The only downside it has is, again, its range against other cannons and its HP. Its HP makes it snipeable even by archers, which just a very glass cannon type of unit. And then also, what is good about it, you get it from the shooting ranges, which you normally have when you play archers, but now with the more spearman type of meta, you will need to build them, and that's why it's only S tier and not S+. Because back then it was S+, but now with the meta shift, I would say, because you have to have this extra off-meta buildings, the shooting ranges, it's kinda only S tier and the timing is kinda slower. And the timing is what is important, because if you get them too slow and the enemy starts getting cannon up, they get hard countered. But if the enemy doesn't have cannons, they perform so good, they will carry you the game until victory, and the enemy will just keep wasting units to somehow hold. Like, they are basically using all the units as cannon fodder, until they somehow get cannons to counter it. German accent goes down. Yeah, I'm already getting a bit tired, you know? But, yeah, I'll try. Okay, let's go for West Europe. Okay, okay. What the fuck is this? This is the same as Ashigaru Yari, by the way. It gets a huge upgrade, but the timing is also slow. So whatever I said for Ashigaru Yari applies also to this. West Europe. Are you telling me this? Wait. This is Halberdier, I think. And this is Pikeman. Oglan. Oglan. How dare you, Oglan? Okay, it's again B tier. Back then it was A tier or maybe S tier. But now with the archer nerfs, it also kinda nerfed the Oglan. The Oglan was finally getting some value again. It was a long time considered very bad. But then after some buffs it kinda got value. But now with the archer nerf it's basically bad again, to be honest. Like, yeah, it's just not working out against infantry type of armies, and its DPS is high, but its attack speed is so fast that means again that it cannot even use it. And because its attack speed is so fast, its alpha is low, so it only does 14 damage, I believe. And 14 damage is not really good for a unit that needs to shoot and run. You rather have like even the Dragoon, to be honest. Like, the Dragoon is more expensive, but at least it's gonna do double the damage of the Oglan, or maybe even triple against armored units. Like, for Oglan you just cannot let them... You cannot put them at a place and just let them keep shooting. and there's now spearmen running around. The spearmen will just touch the Ognon one time and, well, die. They will be slowed down and can't run away. But yeah, that's all for Asia. Let's go to the West Europe pikemen. Pikemen, I mean, if you rush it, it's pretty strong still at A. It has less building damage, which was a huge nerf to it, since now it cannot snipe buildings as effectively. But because of its insane DPS, it is still able to snipe those buildings. Like, it's not as broken as before, but it's still good. It has good armor, very high range, good DPS. It is expensive though, and it is Europe, and Europe always means slower timing. But you can upgrade it from Heavy Spear or Spearman. That's like the only advantage it has. And with that, if you upgrade them in a team match scenario, or maybe even in a 1v1 timing scenario, they can be okay, or even snipe some bronze players. But in 1v1, to get off such a timing is kinda hard, because most of the time Asia is gonna be ahead of you, and the pikeman timing is not gonna matter when the enemy has 2 times or 3 times more army. Why? Why is the East Asia archer there? Well, if you have not noticed, the East Asian archer has very high DPS. It's a very strong unit, if you can protect it, or position it good. Okay guys. Longbow. Yeah. Longbow is, in generally speaking, a good unit. It is an upgrade from most archers. But since the last update, it has an insane minimum range. Like, higher than any other archers. And it's so high minimum range that effectively, if it fights anything, it can actually not even shoot. And then again, you need a West European shooting range, which means you need to upgrade it at one time, and a second time if you want to produce them fast. And then they also cost an insane amount of resource. I believe 120 food or something, and 25 or 20 wood. It's just double of a normal archer, and in current balance situation it might even perform 2 times less. So I would put it F tier, but because it's like a 1 population unit, and if you get it you can still maybe use it somehow. While if that thing was on a horse, then it would be bad, because then it had nothing. But right now it still has the... What is this elephant spinning? Right now it still has the DPS per population, if you can somehow make it use. Like, if they shoot over each other, they can still like somehow be able to be used, but you would need to have very strong positioning. Okay guys. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's okay. The Landsknecht. The Landsknecht. Landsknecht is more of a unit that's used in a 1v1 scenario. Like, you will get like 1 barrack to the royal barrack, and then you pump out passively some Landsknecht, and they are an extremely good tank. They are almost unkillable, especially with Spearman meta. But then again, Spearman can just ignore them. But eventually they will be able to apply pressure. Like, they cannot be ignored forever. And then the enemy needs to deal with them, and then, well, the enemy is on the defense, and if you follow it up with other units, of course, then you can have kinda a strong push going. But they are expensive, they are slow to get, because you need a medieval barrack upgraded 2 times, and then you only passively produce it. So yeah, but it's a good unit to trickle in, I would say. Definitely one of the strong units of West Europe. Ordnaker. I mean, S tier, to be honest. I would say it's the best West Europe unit right now. It's still very cheap to make. It doesn't cost much for its population. It has very good damage. It does suffer a bit from the Spearman meta right now. But even with that in mind, if you position them good, or if you play like a more archer based composition, then they can like one-shot the entire infantry front line of the enemy. Like if they have 20 Ashigaru attacking your archer and you have a couple Onega shooting into that mass of units, then they're gonna do a shit ton of damage. So that's why they are actually S tier. And it's for sure a thing needed for West Europe. Like, I cannot imagine to play West Europe without putting down like 3 siege workshops and just spamming Onega. Yeah, Springalds, they lack the range, that's the problem. If Springald had more range, it would be like even S+. Springald can kill everything, but it just doesn't have the range, and it also needs workers to be built. And that's also, I mean, it's an upside, you can build it proxy, but also the downside is you cannot just passively produce it. And then your workers are idle, so it's less population efficient. And the build time is, to be honest, also quite long for the Springald. But it does have the insane damage. Onega has the same, slightly lower damage, but it has splash damage. And the splash damage against groups of units is just a huge upgrade from the Springald. Springald is more used against like horses and elephant. Something with big hitbox. Okay, what do we have? Okay, let's just put the Halberdier immediately down. No, actually, the Halberdier is only B tier. It's a strong upgrade from the Pikeman, a really strong upgrade, more than Ashigaru to Ashigaru Yari or Azap into... I don't even know how this is called. I don't even know, whatever that is. And but whatever, the Pikeman into the Halberdier is a very strong upgrade because the Halberdier gets insane damage. And like 14 damage, I believe, or 15 even. And it allows you to break armor and buildings much easier. The only downside of it, while it's in B tier and not A tier or higher, is that it's accessible only in late medieval, which means you cannot upgrade it, and it's just slow timing, which also just means the enemy has better units. Like, if you have this, the enemy is running around with mounted samurai, and yeah, the matchup is not really favorable. What do you think about the new camels that got shown? I didn't really look at them that much, but well, that one camel holding one cannon, that was interesting to see, considering the cannon probably weighs 2 times more than the camel. But I mean, from gameplay wise, it might be okay. Like, they will probably be used the same way as Indian elephant. I don't know, we'll need to see. Maybe they have some nice animation or something. I don't think they will just be copy-paste and reskinned. They should for sure work different. They always try to make a country with like new technology kinda, let's say like that. Like, what was the last country? Hungary. They got like the poison stuff, for example. Or the upgradable tanks. Then before that, actually I don't know what was before, Poland or maybe. Poland got like saboteurs and horse grenades. And Japanese got kamikaze. Like, they always do some new stuff, so I don't think they will just reskin it. I think there will be some special things to them. Maybe anti-air camel, I don't know. We'll need to see. Back to tier list. Morgenstern. I mean, Morgenstern is underrated right now. But it's also bad. It's underrated and bad. which kinda means it's not underrated, but it has potential, that's what I'm trying to say. It has gotten its buff, and if it just gets like another buff, it might be the go-to unit. But right now, it just needs one little touch, but it doesn't have it. Right now it has good damage, it deals with most armies, but its speed is too slow. And because its speed is too slow, it cannot be placed where it's needed to be placed, and when it actually arrives at the enemy place, it cannot carry as much as a Landsknecht. The Morgenstern will eventually get outspammed and die. Its power ratio is not strong enough for its lower speed. Like when it actually arrives at the enemy base, it needs to do stuff, not be able to be outspammed. Will I be able to run bar with your stream in the background? I actually don't know, but probably. I mean, I will just add the Pernak from East Europe at the same place. It's exactly the same unit, with some slight stat changes, slightly higher damage, I believe, this one, and lower attack speed and a bit more armor, but it's pretty much the same. This is okay. This tower, yeah, just put it S plus to be honest. West Europe tower, it's the tower that's gonna ruin your life if you play Mounted Samurai. This tower, you cannot destroy it. It has high HP, high armor, it has good damage, it has a crossbow inside if you get too close. It can hold a lot of units and it doesn't even cost that much. It's a best tower in the game and we can show that by S plus basically. This is the siege ship, I believe. The siege ship of West Europe. Yeah, siege ship of West Europe, it shoots forward, which means it doesn't need to turn around like the siege ship of East Europe, which just means it can shoot faster. The only problem it has right now, it has a high minimum range, so warships and junks can dive it quite easily right now, because it has gotten some nerfs to its range. If you do mass them in good numbers though, like I don't know, 6, 7, maybe more, and you have a couple tanks, like 5 galleys, this galleys, yeah, then they can be unstoppable. Like, they'll kill everything before it even gets close to you. But to reach such a scenario, you kinda need to build up your army slowly and get like sea control. But most of the time the junks will just come at your docks and just kill them. You can kinda counter it by upgrading your super strong towers at the coastline and build like 3-4 towers, couple docks nearby, and then slowly gather up your army. But by the time you get your army and are actually to push, the opponent will probably already have the warships, and the warships will just give you even harder time. Like, you can for sure even kill the warships with a good combo of siege ship and galley, but you'll need to really micro it. You need to select a couple siege ships, predict movement, couple target different ships, and then you can maybe deal with it. But this unit is just brain dead. You send it in, maybe dodge some catapult, and well, it's just gonna kill everything. Bulwark. No, Bulwark is not S plus right now. Bulwark, I said it earlier. What did I say? I don't remember. Why is Bulwark not S plus anymore? What was it? Oh yeah, Maceman. Maceman currently is the meta right now, which just diminishes the Bulwark ability to carry basically. It's still super strong against warrior, slinger and whatever units of the Bronze Age, but if Maceman is being played that often with proxy, it just performs bad right now. You can still use Bulwark rushes. Like, they still work, like, you just need to do it a bit more careful. Like, built up from a bit further back. That would justify it being S+, but because the Macemen are meta, it's just S right now. Trebuchet. Yeah, I'll just put it the same as the cannon tower. You do get it early, it does do good damage. It is generally a good unit for zero population, but it's Europe and you really don't want to invest into catapult defense, to be honest, because usually you will get raided, and against raids this thing is not really good. It's good against stationary armies, like if they build up a proxy and you shoot it from far, it's really strong. But if they raid you with Ashigaru or with Mounted Samurai or Ronin or whatever, this thing is probably gonna more team kill than it's actually gonna do. And it's a huge investment also. And as Europe, you rather invest your resources into like West Europe Tower. Yeah. Then we have Bombardier ship. This thing can only be S+. I think it's not gonna change ever. This thing has 400 range, higher than any ship in the game, except the Sakura Blossom from Japan, which is technically 600 range with the kamikaze drones. But this thing is more range than anything. It has 4 bombardiers on it. I think each does 100 damage. It's super high damage output. I believe higher than battleships even. And it shoots quite fast. It is not too expensive in my opinion. It's just the go-to unit if you want to kill anything on the coastline. Galleon, I mean just B tier right now. It's for its age, it's kinda equivalent to a galley. In a fight I would not like to use it against warship or junk, it's gonna lose resource wise, but it can snipe stuff on the coast, and it can also, if it's needed to fight enemy ships, it can decently kite with it, because it has a high speed. And if you have high amounts of them, like 6-7, you can kite ships with it, but to get 6-7, it's a really hard thing, and probably it's not gonna happen. That's why it's B tier. West Europe cannon is this one. Yeah, good question. I will put it just S tier because even though the cannon is gonna carry everything, it's a European cannon, which means the timing of it is not as strong as the West Asian timing or East Asian hand cannon timing, which just means by the time you can actually use it effectively, the enemy is gonna think about industrial stuff. And then also, you will be raided most likely by Mounted Samurai from East Asia, and from West Asia, I guess their cannon can outnumber you at the start. Like by the time you get out 2, they will have like 10, and even though you have more range and will technically kill the West Asian cannons, in numbers they will still defeat you. And probably you will already be pushed really hard by the time you get them out. But if you do get them out at the same timing as West Asia, because the game developed in such a way, they have higher range and they will actually counter the West Asian cannons. But that also comes at higher cost. But it's the best counter against enemy cannons, and it will also always do good ship damage. Like I said with the West Asian cannon before, if you have this on Q attack, it's gonna get 20 kills eventually. But keep in mind, as Europe, you cannot produce your main army as fast as with Asia. If the Asian army dies, it can just out of reserve produce everything. With West Europe, if your tank for your cannon dies, you will not be able to get enough meat shield to protect them. So you really need to watch out there that you have enough production to sustain big fights, basically. You don't want to end up in a position where you lose your army and suddenly you lose all your cannons after that. That's the one downside of Europe. This is all Okay, maybe this is... oh, this is Cossack. Oh. Oh! Look at this boy. We forgot this boy. Yeah, let's just put them here. Actually... no, he's S tier. He's S tier. You can produce him just like this elephant. It has a high damage and high DPS. It has good armor, the elephant, good speed with the speed upgrade in late medieval. And if it was archer meta, I would put it in B. But with the current infantry based meta, there's no actual counter to this unit, and this unit will counter pretty much everything. So people would need to specifically build cannons or archers type of unit, like archers in a lot of numbers against this, and then maybe you can use like units that counter archers. For example, I mean Western Asia doesn't have many examples, but maybe Sipak, maybe you can use cannon to counter archer, maybe you can, where is it? Make a infantry based army. Like, you just need to counter the archers, and then with the Bashibusuk elephant in the background, it will like always force the enemy to stay on archers. And if they play with infantry, of course they can bypass it, but if you have enough defense and you are able to just push in their base while defending, eventually they will need to defend against it, and then if you follow it up with ballista or cannon, yeah, their base is gone. Also, because West Asia has cheap towers, you can always spam towers next to those elephants and cannons if you have. Oh, what is this? Do I need to say anything, or should we just skip it here, guys? Yeah, this unit, I'll just say it quickly. It has very high, very big hitbox, which just means it gets stuck everywhere. It can't really hit over each other. It hasn't really the best damage output, to be honest. Per one unit, like if it was a swordsman type of unit, it would have kind of the same damage, but because it's 2 population, effectively the damage is half of it. The HP doesn't justify using this unit, and the armor is very low, so there's no point to make this ever. The only reason you would make it is to meme your opponent. Heavy Knight, yeah, D tier right now. It's basically a Landsknecht. You get it the same way as the Landsknecht, upgrade your stable a couple times, but you don't have the option of making Halberdier or Pikeman, and you do have the speed, and you kinda have double the HP and double the sustainability of this unit, but you lack 2 times the DPS output. Because you're only on a horse for 2 population, you have only half the damage. The Heavy Knight can tank with its more HP, but slightly less armor, exactly the same as the Landsknecht, but the damage decrease of 2 times basically just makes it worse. Yeah, it's slow for a horse, but it's still faster than the Landsknecht, so that's one great boni for this unit. But yeah, the damage output just makes it too bad. We have almost everything. Okay, there's the... It's the same as this Dragoon. You can't use it. I'll just say it like that. We have the Musketeer. Musketeer is clearly under those gunpowder units of Asia. It has a high cost. It has high alpha though. So if you're fighting armored units, it's much better than the Asian units basically. But cost-wise, again, it isn't. And yeah, it's just too hard to get. You need to upgrade your barracks a couple times. You need to take the upgrades also. As Europe especially, it takes longer because you're already slow. and minimum range also just broke this unit. Grenadier, where are you? Okay, Grenadier. I mean, I'll just also put it B tier. No, yeah, B tier. It is an upgrade from the Musketeer damage-wise and attack speed-wise. And it has a grenade that can burst down all buildings, but it's super expensive. That's the downside that puts it just on the same level as the Musketeer. You can use this unit in a team match scenario to finish off people quite fast, like using infantry to killing stuff and then grenadiers behind to snipe the buildings. But it's a very committed play, and also in 1v1 you can sneak them around somewhere maybe and snipe like a couple buildings. But it's very committed because it's super expensive, and there is some cheese of it where you could get a very high population army with cannon and grenadier, deleting your workers, getting more army. Then those units, because they perform so strongly, they can be kinda snowballing and killing like everything without losing units. But this is like such a high late game scenario that you would need to pray that the enemy is not industrial by the time you are able to do that. But you can overwhelm with quality. But yeah, it's very situational. Bombard. It got buffed. It has high range, 400. It performs damage wise worse than a cannon, accuracy wise also. It's because it also is higher range, even more accuracy wise worse, because it will shoot targets far away, and if something's far away it will get less hit often. The reason why it's so low, I mean it's not that bad, but the reason why it's so low is that you just pick the cannon instead. The cannon has like enough range and it does much better killing stuff. The Bombard, it does have that extra range, which would make it really good. But in reality there is no scenario where you would use this instead of a cannon. There's never gonna be a scenario where you need 400 range instead of like 300. There's like no point. Yeah, maybe there's too much cannons in the choke point or something, or when you're sieging down from a mountain maybe. It's super situational, but yeah. Cannon is usually the way to go. Crossbowman. I mean it's the same with the Choconu. It has high damage output now, it attacks kinda fast now, but its range is so low that it actually becomes an infantry unit. And with that close range, it doesn't have the sustainability to go in a prolonged fight and will just die. Crossbowman horse. This one, I would put it the same. One would expect it to be an F tier maybe, but actually this one has the mobility to make its low range usable, because it is a crossbow type of unit, which means the reload is kinda long for a high alpha burst. But that doesn't matter on kiting horses, because you just shoot and move and takes the time of the reload anyway. So with this unit you can actually kinda make it work. But again, yeah, damage output even with that is kinda low. That's why it's D tier and not higher. Oh, Cuirassier. Cuirassier. I mean, yeah, it's kinda one of the stronger horses. It has a lot of damage. It will chip down workers pretty fast. It can kill some isolated units. Can snipe some siege weapons. It has very high speed. It doesn't cost too much. Only downside is its building damage, and it's just a downgrade from the mounted samurai. It doesn't have the splash damage and its timing is slower, but it does have slightly higher single target damage. So in some cases you can make use of it, and for raiding, even though you're not gonna slash the workers in 3 seconds like mounted samurai, you're still gonna do fine, so it's okay. And East European cuirassiers are exactly the same. Okay, East Europe, this archer, this, wait. This archer here is the same as this archer, just that this archer gets another 1 damage upgrade, technically. Unless you produce those in the medieval age. And this one performs actually better, but because it's 1 age later, it's also in the same tier. The reason it performs better is because you get it produced out much faster and cheaper in the East European barrack. But the reason it's the same tier is because by the time you use it, the game already progressed by a lot, and that unit in the current state of the meta with lower HP and less range actually performs much worse. I still disagree with that spear horse in F tier. I mean, this is just my personal opinion. Basically, this spearman horse, you can only use it for upgrading. The reason it's not good is because you need a minute to unlock it, and you need stables which are not really scaling well, because you rather have shooting ranges or barracks for the early stages of the game. And getting those horses out, it takes a long time, and if they arrive, they have like no HP, no armor, no damage output. They can just die to even against some simple towers of like 0 defense. And if there is a couple spearmen and they get slowed down, well, they just achieve nothing. But yeah, this one is triple F tier. And this is just F, yeah. RAM. I mean, exactly the same as of the archer. This one is better because you get it faster and you can more cheaply produce it, but it's like later stage of the game, so it just gets worse. Catapult though, S tier. Sorry. Catapult S tier. It's basically the equivalent of an Onaga. It has less damage though, but more splash damage, more accuracy and higher range, and the offsets make it a pretty good equivalent. And for that reasons it can still perform quite good, and it can one-shot some infantry units, so it's not that bad right now. Yeah, towers in general are very strong, but East Europe tower is the weakest tower. It has poor damage output, not the best armor, just in general a weaker tower. That's why it's A tier. The pikeman. The Eastern European pikeman is much weaker than the Western European. You get it kinda at the same timing, so just a downgrade, but you can still use it, so yeah. Yeah, there's not much to talk about those units. This one is very interesting though. This is a secret unit. This one is very secret. This is the Halberdier of East Europe. It does have splash damage, and it has good DPS, which makes this unit kill absolutely everything. Like, this unit can kill everything, like better than a mounted samurai. You need to imagine that this unit per population can kill a big army 2 times faster than mounted samurai, which is just insane if you think about it. And the only reason it's not the most broken unit, it's because it's not the cheapest unit, and you get it only in late medieval Europe, which is in general quite late. If this unit was available in East Asia or West Asia, this would be like S++++. Like, absolutely godlike unit. But due to the reasons that it's expensive and late medieval Europe, it's just S tier. I mean, Militiaman is S+. It's just you get it for free basically, you use it, it fills up your pop, good meat shield, and it's just very good to fill your army, like especially as Europe. You lost your army in a fight, you're lacking 20 pop, you spam out some militiamen to fill your pop while your actual army is producing. This thing won me tournaments, this unit. Back then in Archer spam tournament, I spammed out this militiaman every time my Archer numbers went down, and the enemy was all the time only killing my militiaman, while I was constantly killing the Archers. This unit is just the best meat shield you could ever wish for. Okay, the squad, it's faster than the Landsknecht, but it has significantly less armor, DPS wise kinda the same. Yeah, that's pretty much what's about to be said about this. And because it has less armor, it doesn't have the infinite pushing role of the Landsknecht. Like, it cannot go to the enemy base and just never die. It can actually be countered quite well by anything that has high damage. So it just performs much weaker. It doesn't fit the role as a Landsknecht as much. And the extra speed doesn't really change the tide. Light Knight, yeah, D tier. It's just the same as a squad basically, even less armor, so it dies kinda faster. But it's like with the Heavy Knight, you get 2 times less DPS, and that just makes it bad. But it's still not as bad as those units, yeah. Strelet. Ironically, Strelet is S+, not S+, it's S. The Strelet has high DPS, it has a decent melee attack, and it has gunpowder. The gunpowder attack basically does a lot of building damage. Which just means if you are pushing with a good number of strelets and you arrive at the enemy base, instead of deploying your catapults or cannons, which take long time to move across the map or build up, you can actually kill houses and even towers with the strelets. Like, they will shoot it and it will die in like 2-3 shots. Okay, not the tower, but like normal buildings. And that's why this one is very strong right now. But it does cost a lot. So it's kinda hard to get. But when you get it, it's pretty much an all-rounder unit. Like, you kill armies very efficient due to its high DPS, easy, good time to kill, especially against armored units. And then when you arrive at enemy base, you can just break through the house wall with a couple shots. Yeah, the towers are one of the harder things though, because the towers have a lot more armor. Yeah, they are basically sick in middle age, but they can shoot from the range, basically. I used that also in one tournament against Tepero. I arrived at his base of Strelet and just killed all his, I don't know what it was, shooting ranges or something with just Strelet. This is A tier actually, this Horse Archer. This Horse Archer right now, I would say it's the equivalent of the normal Archer. It has a high DPS actually, due to some buffs back then. And its movability is quite high, so you can actually position it in some interesting locations. Sniping siege weapons or raiding with it. The reason you raid with this is because what else do you have? Like you have a Light Knight. With the Light Knight you really don't want to raid because it's just a bad unit. And with this one, it's actually the only Archer type horse unit that can raid. And yeah. Yeah, Oglan is better technically. Okay, actually, not really. For its cost, it's better. Performance wise, it's not. But the reason you don't raid with Oglan is because you have an Sipak equivalent, which is just better to raid. With East Europe, you don't have anything for raiding, so you need to use this for raiding. And you can produce this also super fast. And you will most likely already have barracks from the Bronze Age, because you made horsemen, for example. So transitioning to this is actually, as Europe this time, faster than to make Oglan. Like, Europe usually isn't faster, but this time it actually is. Okay, this Grenadier is just exactly the same as with West Europe. There's some slight stat changes, but they are not mattering at all. The cuirassier, no, cuirassier, wait, oh, I already have placed him down. Then we have Cossack, I'll just put it also 8 here. Cossack is very fast, fastest horse in the game I believe. It has good damage output, can kill workers quite easily because they can't run away as much. But it really sucks against buildings, and also it can be killed quite easily due to the lack of armor, which makes it just as good as the cuirassier, to be honest. The cuirassier is more like an all-rounder unit. You can raid, you can destroy building, and the Cossack is more focused on specifically killing workers. Also against siege weapons, the cuirassier will perform better. It got less range and cost more and needs more building. Yeah, the West Europe it's I guess a bit harder to get than the East Europe, and the East Europe has some slight stat increase. That's true. Yeah, maybe, yeah, I guess the Eastern European is better. But I would not just... maybe it's the East, yeah. But it's totally not justified to put it in A tier. I would still say it's B tier, and maybe this would be like C tier, but we don't have it. It's not worse by a lot, it's just a bit, to be honest. It's... nah, you don't need to put it in D. Husaria. This one is just B. The horse here is basically... it has a different role than the cuirassier. Like this one is as I said, raiding for workers, and this one is for a bit more all-rounder against some isolated unit, some building, some worker. This one is more like focused on army, basically. The Husaria is more focused on killing army and like siege weapons, for example. And the role is not really as good for it right now. It is this made for killing army, but it's not really performing the best. Its cost is too expensive for what it offers right now, and Mounted Samurai equivalent just does everything those 3 horses can do. This one destroys building just as good as cuirassier, kills worker better than the Cossack, kills army better than Husaria. They are 3 specialized units, but the Mounted Samurai does all 3 roles much better. That's why it's so OP. And then yeah, the cannon. I mean, one could argue it's better than the West Europe cannon, because it shoots faster. And you get it easier because of the siege workshops. Like you're using catapults before and rams, and they're also cheaper. But the change doesn't justify it being in a different tier. So yeah guys, we are finally finished with the tier list. If you have any questions regarding it, now you can let them out, the questions. Tug-of-war. Now grind 1v1. Light Knight at D tier. Yeah, Light Knight is just test no armor for a knight, let's say it like that. Okay, the accent OP. Yeah, it just has no armor, damage is too low, time to get it is kinda low. You can upgrade it into Light Knight, like the Horseman into Light Knight, but it has reduced building damage, which just nerfed its ability to snipe main buildings. If you really want to go for main building snipe with Europe, you can just go Swordsman, for example, or Legionaries. Yeah. Time to watch long queue time. Well, let's see. Can I switch it, my screen? Huh. We were streaming 1 hour 55 minutes. I mean, we can do like a private game maybe. Actually, I'm full noob at Streamlabs right now. I cannot change the war selection. Unless I do this maybe. Wait, do you guys see it? Damn, has my stream delay or something? Or is it still showing like the tier list? Good question. How do I change this? I don't know why you don't see it. Oh! Now you should see it. Technically. OP sandbox game. It's only 4 hours 16 minutes. 4 hours 16 minutes. OP. Okay, let me just reset the music, because unfortunately the software I'm using for music, it doesn't have a loop. Okay, so what are we gonna do? Maybe I can do a poll actually. Poll OP I heard last time. Okay, the poll should be up now, in a second. Yeah, that is. It's so sad that war selection just always freezes when you tap out. Damn, I made the poll and I don't even see it on my phone. That's kinda sus. You can probably only see it like on the PC. Can someone confirm? Okay, what does the poll say? 33% everything. We have private, we have 1v1, we have Tug-of-war. Yeah, let me just do a 1v1 I guess. Then you can see if what I've spoken was true. Maybe I'm gonna use chariots and gonna win, you know? Maybe chariot is the most broken unit. Yeah, I'm just gonna queue like 2 minutes, and if there's nothing in 2 minutes, we're gonna do Tug-of-war, I guess. I ignored it because it was equal for like all the time, and then suddenly 10% more. I took it as doesn't matter what we do. Tug-of-war is KW though, isn't it? I don't even remember when I played it last time. It was like half a year ago probably. But who's gonna play the Tug-of-war? The Pro and who else? Firko? We need one more. Beat me in drinking game, I'm new to Perro. Damn, why you roasting him so much? Pition, I DM'd you. No, I not DM'd, I pinged you if you finished Elden Ring. So please tell me, did you play the game? Or, like, did you finish it already? Because you were speaking so much of it, like, I don't know, a year ago. A year and a half maybe. Like, that you didn't want spoilers and etc. Like, did you finish it? Okay, I guess no queue. No 1v1 because, well, that mode doesn't exist. Now I need to find out how to make private games, KW. That doesn't look like how you make Tug-of-war. Yeah, maybe it's the big sign with Tug-of-war. I'm getting really blind. Yeah, I'll just post it. I played it a lot, but it was so boring that I couldn't force myself to finish it. What? I started to play it now, and it's so good game. I die 1,000 times, but I think now I'm getting slowly the hang out of it. And there's so many areas, like, this game is quite big. I need to get actual streaming set up, because how I have it right now, it's like so bad. But yeah, maybe we'll do more streaming, I don't know. This was first time sitting in my room with 40 degrees, because I can't turn my fan on, because if I turn it on, there's like some noise in my microphone. So I have to sit here sweating as hell. That is not really working out. Okay, we need one more, guys. Do you smoke marijuana? No, I don't. But I like how YouTube keeps blocking your messages. I'm not muting you, it's YouTube itself that's muting your messages. You said I'm back bitches and I just muted it. I don't know if it shows to other people, but I can like press show or don't show, I guess. Oh, weird. Anyway, let's just do random teams, I suppose. Is that you, Firko? The guy, which name? I can't tell. Is Elden Ring too easy for you, Pitya? I feel like it's... Like, I die 1,000 times, but I feel like it's too easy. Like, I felt like I was just dying to random shit like fall damage more often than actually because the game was too hard. There was of course a boss where I died like 20 times, but like 90% of the bosses I just do first try and like they die before they even use like all the abilities. I guess I'm too over leveled or something. The easiest from software game. No. Yeah, I'm playing like the golden halberd that you get from killing the tree sentinel at the start of the game. And that fucking halberd, I'm telling you, you can literally finish the entire game with it. Okay, we need one more, guys, come on. Mariana legal in Germany? Not now, but soon. I heard they passed a law today that makes changing gender and your first name quite easy in Germany. I could literally go to city main building, or however you call it, wait, town hall. Yeah, I think that's how it's called. You go there and you can change your first name and your gender without any trouble. That was like the newest things I've seen today. Okay, let's do... I don't know if we do special rules. I mean, Germany is very strong. Rams are very strong. But I don't know if the people here that are in the lobby know if we tell them what is not to be used. Like if they actually listen. Yeah, we'll just play with no rules, I suppose. Let's go random teams and let's start. I will try to leak my strategies, so please don't stream snipe. What? I'm spawning in 17 seconds. They changed some... Oh, I need to do this. Okay, we need to play units that are strong and upgraded, because there's no upgrades, so... I guess I'll just spam some spearmen. And then later maybe try to transition to like legionaries, and then in medieval... Legionaries of rams, or maybe just rams, I think. I think meta is just rams. But that's like so boring. We could do Iron Age all in, just legionary with ram. But maybe it's better to make a full Western European army. That is also quite strong with heavy knights, longbow, onagers all together. The map itself looks to be quite open once the forest is like gone, but for now it's a choke point. Oh, I need to place houses. Go all free Germany and spam Berthas. Yeah, Germany, like the meta would be just to spam Ram until you get Germany and then you spam Big Bertha. But that's like so try hard. It would be actually kinda boring to play. Oh, they got fixed? What got fixed? The Ram? Or is the Ram still running like Usain Bolt past everyone? Oh, the attack speed. Well, it doesn't matter the attack speed, because Big Bertha, even if it is not super fast attack speed, it has such a high range and splash damage, it's just gonna be strong. We're losing the fights kinda, which is expected. We do have OP tower. I'm just gonna eco up basically, and then try to get out early rams, and then we should take map control basically. get our 10% money, because the Rams will just bypass the army. And then, well, eventually we will get the map control. The question is if the enemy team is sweaty enough to actually have faster timing. I mean, we are kinda winning somehow. Okay, I need to watch more what they are building. This guy is also playing eco with Asia. But Asia has no good timing. Like, they're not gonna get some unit out that's gonna be a problem. Europe is playing very eco on 5 horses. So he's gonna go Rams for sure. I don't understand why those two names are kinda blurred. Why the other 4 are very high quality. That's kinda sus. Spamming balloons and belters. Yeah, it's very strong. That guy is committing on Archer. So we have 2 eco for them and 1 spammer. And we have 1 extremely committed on spam. Why is this light blue? Like, this is not even the same color as Sash green. And why do we have a green when there's no green? I'm confused, man. That's kinda sus. Okay, let's just go for the next stage. Spam some quality RAM. It's a feature. Yeah, I guess if the colors are close, you can kinda figure out what units you have on the other side. Why are those colors different? And then again, in Tug-of-war, you probably know that your units are on the left side, you know? It's kinda weird. Damn, we're crushing them, and the Rams did not even appear yet. Like, even if they get Rams themselves now, I think they can't stop it now. Yeah. Let's just do 4 Ram into eco. Oh, they have Rams themselves, but I believe they will... Oh, actually, it depends if the Rams can get across half the map, because if they cannot, which seems like it, because now they are stuck, we will get the 10% constantly. Actually, we are not. Why are we not getting 10%? Am I blind? Where's the 10%? Some very strange things are happening here. This is like the middle. Should be 10%, no? The 10% is fucked and your message is again blocked. Yeah, I think there's some more features. I don't know what that feature is, but is it supposed to give 10% when we attack the main building? Like, there's some issue. But now we should have RAM control, unless there's some pathing issue. Like, I mean, it doesn't matter now. Like, in theory we should be winning because we have the... like, the area here. But we don't get the money, so it doesn't even matter. The question is, West or East Europe? What counters Germany? Is there any counter? Turkey, but... oh, we need to play Germany. There's no other way. Like, we can't play anything else. We went next stage to just upgrade the stuff. While keep our Rams. Yeah, Turkey with the mortars can deal with Germany. But beside that, like, I don't see anything that beats Germany. Oh, we don't have enough RAM, maybe. I don't know who this is, like, who is this? We have 3 color here that don't match here. And now if I want to talk to this person, I don't know who he is. Whoever that green guy is, that is not green, that's actually producing blue units somehow. I don't even know how to describe it. This guy has green flag, produces blue unit, and then there's another color here. I guess he's dark green. So Pition, please make RAM. Oh shit. They outspam us with RAM. Let us get distracted by infantry. Yeah, I guess you need to spam like horses and motorcycle and armored car and infantry, different units of different speed, and then somehow they will get so much occupied that they never advance. X-Men. Well, I can't make anything anymore. Well, we don't have ramps anymore, which is kinda GG. Like, what can I even transition to now? I could do mass West Europe army. Like shit ton of Heavy Knight, Onaga, Landsknecht, Pikeman, Longbow, like pretty much every unit that exists. And then they like don't get splash damage, they spread out. And then maybe can overwhelm. Or we just eco up until Germany. There's many ways. But whatever I do, I can't stop making those ramps for a while. If the RAM production stops, we get into trouble a bit. Yeah, and the catapult are not gonna do the same job as if that were rams. If that were rams, we would hold them. Who knows, maybe with the choke point the catapult can maybe get some value. Yeah, now we have elephant, which I suppose is a different kind of ram. But now the ballista are kinda blocking it. But yeah, the ballista I guess are good against ram. Yeah, with this choke point maybe we can hold. It's holdable. And I'm keep forgetting to make houses. I have one job and I fail. Longbowman for ram. I don't know. I guess just use a ballista or a catapult. It's like much better damage. But it does use more space. But then again, probably one catapult instead of 20 longbow in this area does better. Okay, they have one Germany. Let's see. When does this Germany get Germany? He invests into ram and into catapult. He has 4 houses. How much do I have? 4. Which should mean... Oh, he went even cannon. That means I should get Berthas like 1 cycle or 2 cycles earlier. If I didn't mess up my houses too much. Okay, new feature. Let's go. Oh shit. Infinite rams. You're yellow. Okay, the plan is I'm gonna do 1 more cycle ram And then we're gonna switch to beta. This should give us enough money. The problem with yellow is he is still stuck in the Iron Age, which means his houses are not upgraded. And that's like 50% less extra income, which I suppose is like 33% actual eco. Yeah, but you're lacking the income. Oh, balloon. From Turkey, okay. Balloon. Okay, let's go for the upgrades. We are German Reich. Maybe can add in one balloon, not sure if it's even worth it. Probably better to just ignore the balloon for now. Oh, by the way, Pition, I don't know if you hear me, but I'm playing right now on a cloud PC. This is not my actual PC. This is a cloud PC. So I'm not gonna lag in Tug-of-war. I wonder how many people noticed that this is actual cloud PC. No, not Nvidia. I'm using Shadow PC. It's like an entire PC where you can do everything you want. You can install whatever application you want. Use it like an actual PC. And I stream from there basically. And I also play from there. See ya, Ferko. Till next time. Oh, you're gonna buy another computer. Well, good luck with that. Get those cheap graphic cards. Okay, how are the betas doing? I suppose they're doing its job. Yeah. No the betas. Oh, no betas. Armored car. That's kinda sus. What GPU you have? Well, my actual PC has a 1050, which is kinda manka. But the cloud gaming PC has an equivalent of 3070. I think once you get enough Werthers, or if the yellow guy made the mistake to edge up, then we should be winning this. Cloud PC, that's basically you buy a PC that's not in your home, that sits somewhere else, maybe even in like a server center, and then you basically use your Wi-Fi to get the screen data from that PC, and then you see a stream basically of that other PC and you play based on that. There's a slight delay, but the delay is basically like 25 milliseconds or 20. So unless you're playing some hardcore shooter game, you can actually not notice it. And it's just working fine. It's like, it feels actually like using a normal PC. Or paying per month, it's 50 euro per month for this. But you don't need to pay electricity bill, and you get even 1 gigabit download per month basically. And I mean, most Wi-Fi providers even charge 60 for that 1 gigabit. But it doesn't matter to me much because I have my own Wi-Fi which is strong. So now I have 2 strong Wi-Fis kinda. But I guess for people who have like decent enough Wi-Fi to stream, but not enough to actually, well, download everything in 1 minute, then they could buy a shadow PC and they would actually pay for the Wi-Fi. And the Wi-Fi with the shadow PC would be like competitive price of actually just upgrading the Wi-Fi. I mean, you only get the Wi-Fi for your PC, of course, not for all your phones and stuff. So there's one downside, of course. But I'm telling you, most internet providers, they charge more money for that Wi-Fi than the shadow PC for the entire PC plus the Wi-Fi. Which is just ridiculous, to be honest. Why am I saving up so much money? I'm talking and chatting and not even playing. Maybe should do mouse tank spam KW. Or maybe just spam a unit that counters the composition. Yeah, let's just spam some balloon. Balloon. Yeah, I'm kind of sleeping in this game, but I don't know. Tug-of-war doesn't seem too exciting. Yeah, the Ranger have the problem that they get shot by everything else. So rather just use balloon to counter balloon. Okay, did the guy actually catch up with houses? Yeah, he did. So I was sleeping for quite a while. I guess it gave us a good balloon timing, but what does it matter when we are losing? This feels so troll. This is just like going on like this for another half hour. I can see it. Unless we magically die now. But I mean, what can happen? Our India player dies, and that means now we have more Verta. Like, if we lose any of these 2 players, we will actually get stronger. So, there's like no way we die. 13 counter mortars. Ah, this is biggest money waste ever. I mean, they're quite cheap, but I guess if there was more space, you could actually use them. But with no space, kinda meh. Yeah, please die, Sashkarin. We don't need your elephant. Your Indian culture is useless, we need more Bertha. The mouse will make space. I have a feeling the mouse is not gonna work out this time, if they have Berthas. Mouse is good if they don't have Bertha. You're just so useless. Yeah, exactly. And YouTube blocked your Sashkarin. I love how like everyone's getting blocked by YouTube. And I don't even know if the chat sees it. Because I see it, but I don't know if the other people see it. It's like every time giving me a warning. This message, like I'm trying to translate, this message got held back to verify it, basically. And then I can show it or not show it. It's not blocked for us. I guess maybe it's some YouTube setting thing. Sashkrin, just die already, come on. We need to win this. This is the irony of Tug-of-war. It's actually the best thing to win the game is to have the most broken unit and let all your teammates die. Like, literally. It's so disgusting. Because when your teammate dies, like, imagine those two die, that means instead of every 1 minute my army spawning, it would be spawning every 20 seconds. It's so broken. So if you were to play Tug-of-war competitive, one would spam like rams for a while, and then when the rams actually become useless, the player would just quit the game, and the other player maybe also quit the game with spam medieval stuff, I don't know. And then you have one guy who just rush Germany, and then he spammed Germany with basically 3 times the speed. It's disgusting. I mean, there is some cases where you can use the advantages of other civilization to get like an OP army composition, but that is if Germany doesn't exist. If there was like some heavy hitting unit and then like anti-infantry unit from another civilization, you could team up like that. But if Bertha counters everything, well, then you just gotta make better. I feel like that mouse loves to go through wood. Oh, right, they can drive over wood. That's interesting actually. But I think it's not gonna matter. If there's less wood, it just means they have more area to attack us. But then again, we maybe could push out easier. Oh, the ram guy went to Germany. And this is not a beautiful sign, I must say. Should I upload the tier list on YouTube or just put the stream there? What do you guys think? Well, isn't this a beautiful game? When the planes become mid-shield. I like how they all fly and they don't hit anything. I don't know, they should make Tug-of-war more decisive. Like, I don't know, just change it in a way that it doesn't go on for like 10 years. Add some late game or something, where eventually you will get some Giga Chat unit that just kills everything. I don't know. It's just becoming so much spam, it's like there's no way to end it. I think at some point the way it's ending is by units dying at the front line due to despawning, and then because they despawn you lose like front line basically. That's how it works. And that is just so bad design in my opinion. You're not losing front due to losing it, but due to your units just despawning. Like, eventually, here they would despawn, then they stand all here, shoot from here, then they despawn all here, then they shoot from here, and keep going on like that. And I have no idea what to do in this game now. Besides spamming more Bertha and Balloon, I guess. I mean, Suskren is making Balloon, which is the best thing he can make. Because then I don't need to make Balloon. I mean, not more. The 13 is enough to constantly have some Balloon. What's best country in your opinion and why? Well, I would say in 1v1 scenario, it's still always gonna be Russia. It just has everything. It has Red Devil for raiding, which are better than Horsemen. It has Death Scythe, which just makes the entire infantry barrack useless. And then, well, you get free Partisans, which is just super nice unit to get for free. You have Soldiers with Grenades later. It's just very versatile country. You have Balloon if you need it, you have everything that you need. You have Howitzer. The only reason it's a bit more quiet right now is because specifically mounted samurai countries dominate kinda right now. And Europe kinda not so much, so you don't see it much. And in general for team match, I guess team match you can play a lot of countries actually. You can go India, you can go Hungary, you can go Poland. Maybe you can hard push with Russia even. In water maps you always go Japan in team match. Yeah, in team match there's no particular strongest country, I would say. Not anymore, they kinda balanced it. Nimrods is not as strong as you think they are. Back then, they were shooting like 2 times faster and 2 times more damage against armor. So what you have right now is like a 10 times nerfed Nimrod basically. Well, if you want to count Nimrod, you just make any cannon. And you then make a anti-tank line for anti-tank purposes. Or you just make any anti-tank unit, because anti-tank unit kills tanks, you know? Kinda sus, no? Well, don't make something that gets countered by tank, make anti-tank. Oh, someone made mouse tank? GG easy. That's how you lose in Tug-of-war. You lose your patience and you make the wrong unit. That's what I learned the hard way in Tug-of-war. You just spam the OP beta and OP Turkish mortar or something or whatever, and if you suddenly are too bored and you go next stage, you lose the game. You just need to be consistent at spamming one unit. Just go around anti-tank and go through. Can Nimrods even shoot the ground? No, and they can't even go through anti-tank. And if they can, now you can just build the anti-tank closer, like you can even build it in a way that even workers can't get through. Wonder, you can also make Wonder, you know? Just make Wonder faster. Well, my record for Wonder, I know how to do the fastest Wonder, like world record. I know how to do it. Unfortunately, I didn't try much, and every time we tried to do it, we fucked it up. I don't know the timings anymore, but we could do it fast, like 30 or 40 seconds faster, me and Kuchi. We both could do it faster, 30-40 seconds faster than the current world record basically. And I really don't know the timing anymore. But it's not 32 minutes, that's what I can assure you. Let me think, what's the timing? Phew. Timing for Wonder. I think 27 minutes 36 or something. That should be best timing. Under 27? Okay, then it was 26 minutes 36 or something like that. I was not sure if Wonder is 5 minutes or 4 minutes. Like Industrial, you should be able to get... Wait, I don't know anymore, to be honest. It's too long ago. Would need to calculate everything from you. But yeah, I and Kuchi could make the fastest. We know the ways and the tricks, basically. Oh, you mean world record 26:40? Then probably the fastest possible is like 26:36 or something. Just this 36 number is in my head. I don't know why. Yeah, 26:36 sounds about fastest possible. Like, I mean, we could do it briefly in the head quickly. You need 50 workers to go industrial. You start with 10, you make 40 times 9. Then you have 360 seconds, 6 minutes. Then you make 2 workers. You make 1 worker in Bronze Age from the Bronze building instead, and 2 in Medieval. So you lose like 5 seconds. You get 50 worker, 5 seconds later than 6 minutes. So 6 minutes, 5 seconds. You go Iron Age 2 minutes, 8 minutes 5. You go Medieval 2.5. You have 10 minutes 35. You 10 minutes 35. How much is late Medieval? That's the good question. 3 minutes? I don't know, 3 minutes probably. 13 minutes 35. And you go Industrial 5 minutes. 18 minutes 35. Aya 2, you go directly by deleting everything. 4 minutes. 22:35. I guess Wonder is 4 minutes then. Then you have 26 minutes 35. And then we added like 1 second natural delay, where you need to, like, when the game starts, queue worker or whatever, you have 1 second time for micro through the entire 26 minutes, and then the fastest time should be 26 minutes 36. That is basically the way. You make the 47 worker, you make 1 worker in Bronze, 2 worker in Medieval. Then you will be able to upgrade everything instant. And when you're Industrial, you delete everything but your worker, go instantly IR 2, then rebuild everything if you want. And then just go immediately Wonder, and then yeah, 26 minutes 36 is fastest Wonder possible. Yeah, I need a lot of help from teammates, because you only sit on 70 population. Actually, with the population increase, it got kinda buff. You can get out like 10 fishing boat, and then yeah, your teammates need to send you shit ton of resource. Yeah, the fastest timing, Zuan, it's either 26:36 or it's 27:36. The only thing that depends is if the Wonder time is 4 minutes or 5 minutes. I don't know that exactly. Okay, what is this game? How are mouse tank killing us? Weird. Our entire army is like doing stuff. But at least Python can die now and give us more betas. Or maybe not. But we don't need Katyushas for sure. Nah, I don't want to play this game, it's too boring. A lone wonder can only upgrade in 29. I mean, if you do wonder alone, it's the only thing that matters is not your skill. The only thing that matters is the spawn you have. If you have 30 small fish in your spawn, which happens sometimes, then you can already skip, I mean you don't need 30, you can have 10. And then you can already skip poultry art completely. You can go directly into fishing boat. And if the fish is also a lot and close and whatever, you will have enough food the whole time. If you have a ton of good stones or very strong wood lines, the stone income will be okay and the iron maybe. And that decides about like whether you get a 28 timing or a 29 timing. It just all depends on the spawn. Surely there's some tricks to save time which you can use. But yeah, spawn overall. Trust me, after 5 hours they will have power to one-shot everything. Did Sashkin die already? No. Oh no, you gave me too much betas now. Now Sashkin doesn't die. Mouse is a bad idea, to be honest. The only reason it works, I think, is because they have Bertha and Mouse, which is 2 times Germany. And we had only 1 time Germany, so they had Bertha to kill our Bertha, and then they had Mouse against, well, Balloon or Bomber, I guess. But now... Oh, is he dead? No! Not my main building, please. But now we have infinite Bertha, you know? The question is if it's already too late. I think it's too late. The Bertha is already shooting main building. I can't see it, but... Jesus. Where's the HP? Yeah. Maybe the Bertha can strike back, because now we have triple Bertha. Triple Bertha OP, trust me. It all depends whether we get those Berthas down, because then they despawn, and then those will be too late, I think. But maybe the mouse tank can tank enough. Ah, we need some trash unit maybe. For tanking. Yeah. Yeah, that would be not a bad idea, to be honest. Oh no, now they get all stuck and we lose. It was a great fight. They just need to spawn here, why don't they spawn here? No! Okay, the armored car is gonna carry, watch it. Okay, maybe not. Or maybe yes. I just need one Bertha spawn here and we can turn this around. Oh no, oh! Maybe, maybe, yes. Maybe. Is this the turnaround? Is this the great comeback? It looks like it. They finally spawned where they should. Jesus Christ. Yeah, good luck killing us, me. Good luck killing that. Now they should just fix themselves, and then this should be win. Jesus, what is this? They deleted their balloon, didn't they? They lost so much eco in deleting stuff. Yeah, now we just wait another 1 hour, yeah? Tug-of-war in a nutshell. And my tanking units don't even get out. I need cannon fodder. Casually 100 betas in the back of houses. Oh, armored cars. I did absolutely nothing. Just need the betas to be like here, where they are standing, and then they spread out everywhere, and then GG. Okay, we have enough armored car. Now I guess I'll just spam air a bit. We'll just wait a bit. And now we can just AFK and talk about random stuff. Pition, you here? Cats or dogs? I can't prefer anything right now. But usually I was always in touch with cats, so I only know the experience of cats. I don't know dogs right now. I never really had one or visited one where I spent a decent time, so I don't know. I only experienced cats. And there's some good cats and some bad cats. Some cat is monkey, crying all the time when you take him. And the other is jumping to you all the time, wants to be taken. Well, you don't need dog to defend your house. If you need something to defend your house, take an AK-47. Well, what is this game? It looks like we're pushing out, but in reality maybe not. Yeah, we'll do some aerostats because they have no anti-air. So maybe if the aerostats can do some damage, can maybe push out. But that is if the aerostat actually focuses the stuff here instead of the... Ah, that's good. If they tank the anti-aircraft vehicle, if they make more, then they will actually be like they will just be there and everything will get stuck around them. Alt F4? I mean, it's not the worst idea. This is not the most exciting battle. Attack speed based on the territory gain. I mean, it would end the game. On the other hand, it would not allow comeback. But then again, do you want comeback or do you just want to end the game? Not the worst idea. Oh my god, I don't want to play this. There should be option to speed this up by 10 times or something. I don't know. I don't know. This is just gonna go on for like 1 hour. It feels like wasting time. So, Pigeon, when are we gonna play Elden Ring? If that is even possible, I actually don't know. Should be. But then again, in Elden Ring, how do you even play it together? Like, yeah, what do you even do in Elden Ring together? Like, what can you even do? You can do a boss together, but that's like... I don't know. Nothing too crazy. And killing some random mobs is also not like the most exciting. Yeah, I guess there's no co-op. It's not like Valheim, where you can build your base together or actually grind together or whatever. In Elden Ring you kinda just go to an area and kill stuff. And there's like no teamwork, I guess. Time to kill them with balloon only. Aerostat, tank and damage, and the military balloon behind will never die. Because they get meat shield. And then eventually the Vertas push out and the rise begins. You should make Rust content. I actually don't have Rust. I was never getting it, maybe because also my PC was bad. But then again, Rust is a type of game, it's like Ark, where you will invest your entire lifetime into it. And it's way too time intensive. Make a Elden Ring, let's play. What do you mean? What is this? Make a Elden Ring. Let's play. I don't understand this sentence. Yeah, you can play like 10 times or like 100 times Fibercraft, people call it in Ark. But at the end of the day, no matter how high the rate is, you kinda always need to stay online, otherwise you get raided and you can't just AFK or sleep or whatever. It's just not possible. Unless you play with like offline protection, but that defeats kinda the whole purpose of the game, doesn't it? Rathol, Lemar. What you gonna store in Rathol? We are finally winning our great war. And they have no solution for our air, because if they make anti-air card, then they lose 2 Berthas. if they make something that's not anti-air, well, the air is gonna kill them. So the best thing they could do is spam military balloon until they beat it, but there's kinda a huge difference in balloons, I would say. Elden Ring Let's Play basically means making Elden Ring videos until you finish it. Oh, make a Elden Ring Let's Play. Now I understand it. You meant like Let's Play YouTube series. Now I get it. I thought you wanted to play maybe, yeah, but Let's Play is kinda KW when there is 1 billion YouTube creators and Twitch creators. Who's gonna watch me die 1000 times? And I'm surely not gonna edit out my 1000 deaths, you know? I swear to God, in that game I all the time die to random shit. This torrent horse, I swear to God, he has some issue with fall damage. Sometimes he jumps from a cliff, doesn't die. Sometimes he jumps from a cliff that's like half of it and he just dies. It's so weird. And then sometimes you want to turn around, but instead of turning around, he moves forward and falls down the cliff. There's only one imp team. Let's make a cringe YouTube crew. Let's like those Americans do. Well, maybe. But you need to get Cyberback and Pizza. But they are kinda dead. Perma no kick from imp server. Yeah, that's true. No one has that. Not even Pition. The perma non-kick card. But unfortunately there's still the perma ban card, so you can never really use the perma non-kick card too brutally, let's say like that. This game should be over soon, no? It feels like... I can't drag boxes actually. But from here, from this Bertha to this Bertha, a box like this, it feels like 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And then this is like 5 to 10, this. So in 15 minutes to 30 should be over. Go surrender, lobsters. Okay, let's add some military balloon. Oh, we played Ark with Cyber, but we always die too fast. Like, how to describe it? We built a base and then, I don't know, everything goes good. We build the turret wall, we make breed lines and whatever. And then just randomly we died to some random shit. Exploit or random hole in the defense, I don't know. And then everything is wiped. And then we just quit. Yeah, this front line is so big, the betas just get so much value. And the balloons just bombard everything. Yeah, but red hole is boring. Like, what you gonna do in red hole? What's the point of your existence if you're in a red hole? All you do is like, I don't know, run around with your sniper and shoot people. You should be like the actual point is to make a base that no one can break. You breed dinos on the highest performance, and then you raid people with all your infrastructure and loot and whatever. Like with the tames you have for soaking, for PvPing and whatever. You don't just stay in a fucking hole and run around the map and snipe random people. And the red hole has no space for anything. Like the only thing you can actually store there is like actual stuff that you just need for randomly running around. Like the point is defending and raiding an arc, not I don't know, sitting in a hole and doing nothing. This game. We finally reached the middle of the map. Wow. Nah, not in middle of nowhere. If you build in middle of nowhere, you die so fast, you will not even realize what happened. You actually need a good base spot that can only be raided when you're offline, basically. So when you're online, it will be extremely hard and you will actually have fun because they can't beat you. I mean, you can have the red holes, but where are you gonna place like 20 Gigantosaurus in your red hole? And then also red holes are like banned on most server. But even then, like where do you place all your dinos? Usually you need such... yeah, and how do you gonna breed them? You're gonna run out of your red hole and breed them outside. Like, you can have them in a pot, but you breed. Do you know how breeding even works? You need like hundreds of dinosaurs. Like, you need so much space. It's like, how to describe it? It's like you need 100 red holes, maybe 200. Yeah, it's not hard to breed when you're breeding for shit. But if you're trying to breed for the best thing ever, then you need a lot. Yeah, you put outside, then fucking sniper game... no, not sniper. Then fucking guy comes, drops their giga level Gigantosaurus. And, well, they just kill everything one shot. Turrets outside. If you put turrets outside, what's the point of the red hole? Then they just raid your turrets. If you put 300 turret outside of red hole, then you could have just made 300 turret in an actual base. Well, I don't understand what you're trying to say exactly, but a good base, like actual base that people use in like hardcore Ark, it's usually like a crouch spot, for example, where you have to crouch inside the one choke point there is, and then there's a huge turret wall, so you can only attack from one side. And the rat hole is kind of the same, just that it's more exploit. And there's no turret wall, of course, in the rat hole. The rat hole defends by being inaccessible by exploit, and the actual base defends by OP defense, basically. If you want to stay alive, then just don't play. If alive is your only point, then just don't play. Or hide in the grass somewhere. And usually, like, the loot you have in a rat hole is like so irrelevant that it doesn't even matter. Like, an actual base can reproduce the loot that you have in like a matter of a few hours. Like, how to say it? You have one set in your rat hole, or two sets or whatever. Very good sets even, whatever. But the actual base of a normal player, they will have 200 sets. And even better sets. They have like everything so much that if they just die in PvP, it's like losing nothing. Do you think that all units in Stone Age should be nerfed because most of games and before IR and the whole game is based on getting into IR and fight with IR units? Stone Age is already bad in my opinion, they don't need nerf. And there should be, all ages should be played. There shouldn't be an age skipped, so Stone Age should have its place. But I would actually argue for a slight buff of Stone Age right now. And IR definitely has its place, it's kinda strong. The question is, can you survive until IR, and that has always been quite a problem in war selection, because the weak players kinda die to the strong players. I don't know. People have proposed to make a mode where you start IR. Yeah. But Stone Age is definitely not too strong right now. It's rather weak. Okay, is this game over or is it another 10 minutes? I mean, there might be some... Actually, there's no trouble. The mouse tanks, they cut down all the trees already. So that plays in favor of my side. I mean, there's a mode in Age of Empires, it's called Empire Wars. In that mode, you basically start in an equivalent of Bronze Age. And you already have like your farm, couple houses, and like all the infrastructure, warehouses and whatever. And then you play from there. And some people enjoy it. And in War Selection you could have like an industrial only mode, technically. Where people have like a generic, like for each civilization, a small base spawned in. Like instead of just the altar, maybe they have some couple warehouses and farm and whatever. But it's really hard to make, because in War Selection the spawns are random. So to program this in War Selection is like not really possible, or just way too hard, let's say. Maybe make planes to kill balloons? No, I don't make planes to kill balloon. It's the way my strategy works basically is I spam in with the aerostat and well, they just push through. There's some military balloon behind to kill some random stuff on the ground, I guess, or air maybe. But I don't need to kill this balloon, like the yellow balloon, they are not doing anything. And then I have also bomber for meat shielding, so maybe my aerostats get slightly more ahead. And bombers get some damage on the ground. But like those balloons, they are not killing stuff fast enough. The idea is essentially to make so much bombers that those balloons just get over spammed, and then this balloon mass can advance. And it will always just help the ground, and with its help on the ground, those Berthas can eventually push through. And at this point I think it's already uncounterable. Like, these bombers, you see there are so many already that those balloons can't deal with them, and they shoot a decent amount of time, those planes. Which just means the aerostats keep advancing and advancing. And there's always like a hole underground here, like a death hole. Like everything here will get bombarded until everything here dies, and when everything here dies, it means those Berthas here, they will push, like right now, they will push. And when they push, I get basically terrain. And then I have some random armored cars for tanking in some Bertha shot, but I mean, they do the job basically. They stop, for example, this Bertha from pushing into here, instead they're shooting like the armored car. Or maybe when there's a Bertha here coming, like here, it will already stop here to shoot. Yeah, it stops here to shoot instead of moving here, like where the actual front line was. And then that means they're stuck here, in the best case. Right now, no, because the armored cars died, but they're already stuck further behind, and then eventually I get push. I'll get the push going. And they're doing the same with cavalry. They want to make this cavalry, so it meat shields the Berthas and they can't advance. But I have so much balloon over here, and military balloon and bomber, and Berthas obviously shooting, they can't tank for long enough. This is like a death area, like everything that goes here just dies. There's like hundreds of military balloons shooting, aerostats bombing, sometimes 60 plane bombing. This hole should just continue until it's here, and preferably kill Germany player instead of Turkish. Yeah, they're doing more balloon, which is the good approach, I must say. But it's too much balloon. I'm not sure if they can get fast enough balloon. I have too much air production, I think. I wonder if those planes actually do good work. Let's see. I mean, they're tanking the flak vehicles, and then they block everything. And I guess they do a bit of chip damage, but nothing too crazy. They do like 3 things basically: small damage, tanking flak vehicle, and tanking military balloon. And then it's also the same with balloon. They stay up too long, they die here, then those are focused on killing the plane here instead of actually moving like here. And when they actually try to move, then my aerostat's already advanced. In theory, that's how it should work. And now I just need to spam them until like they will be permanently up, so that they never move those balloons. They can counter that with more balloon, but yeah, I'm gambling that it's just enough spam I have so that they can't counter it. I mean, if the plane bombers would do slowing damage, that would be OP. Okay, how is the situation looking here? I mean, there's one downside. It's the further I move across here, the more my units keep despawning faster. Which could mean that maybe if I arrive here, they despawn too fast for me actually to kill them. And then the game goes another 1 hour. That could be the worst case. But I hope that it's enough. But I can feel it already, we are pushing slightly slower. I mean, here they are advancing again, because those balloons are stuck in the back. But now they despawn. And now those come back, and those balloons cannot push forward, because they died. And now they are focusing those planes instead of pushing like here. They do still do a slight push, but not as much as they could, which just means we are advancing much more. Playing Tug-of-war is really weird in this game. It's not about killing enemy, it's about managing the despawns kinda. Like when this army is gonna despawn for now, and if those were now focusing this plane even more, I could push my balloons up here. Or maybe now. Let's see. If they despawn now, would be the best. But I think they are still up for a while. Yeah, and those planes didn't have good pathing. So those balloons advance a bit forward. Yeah, now they died. Those are just hull. Oh, another balloon wave. So now those should technically advance a bit. That also depends if we can kill the ground fast enough. But yeah, they advance a bit. Maybe I should actually make fighter. If the fighters could snipe those small balloons, maybe it's worth it. But then again, I don't know if they snipe balloon or instead they just shoot the ground. I think more bomber is better. I don't think the problem is killing balloon, I think the problem is killing all this spam that is underground. And eventually when you have too much bomber, then they might kill stuff. Might. Yeah, they did some damage, like they're all like quite low. Oh yeah, and when they start spawning behind the main buildings, that's when it should go much better. Oh yeah, the balloons, they're spreading out now. Or they just die, I guess. No, but they still spread out now. Now it's not just here, it's now like towards the north and south a bit. Which is generally good, I would say. Yeah, okay, let's add some fighters for the end. Who knows, maybe they have different pathing and can tank for like 5 seconds or something. Yeah, I'm scared that my army will despawn too fast. Yeah, now it's GG, I think. The anti-air cars are blocking everything here, the mouses especially. And the mouse were like the biggest tank. Like, oh, so unlucky. Now they are full stuck in the back. If this keeps happening like 3 more times, it's instant GG, I think. This might still take like 5-10 minutes. And when they're finally stuck in their base, then there might be like 50 betas spawning on one spot and they might just all die to one shot. Might. Sometimes they also just pop out and then annihilate everything. Why did you make me play this Tug-of-war the pro? Why? Your both teammates already quit, I think. A lot of torture is necessary. It's new that when a person quits, you don't get their main building. That's a new thing. That removes actually some of the exploits. Okay, this is one of the best fighter bomber spreads I've seen, I think. They're all so spread out that it means they will survive a long time. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Now everything will be stuck for them. Commentating this game and suffering at the same time is just another thing. I will profit from giveaways and fame. No, I will profit from fame and subs if I do giveaways. Or maybe you will profit from my giveaway. Is that not how it works? I don't have anything to give away. What can I even give away? Some random code? I can give you a worker dance code, KW. My virginity. Well, we learned one thing from this. Don't play Tug-of-war after a stream, after the actual content. It's just, I don't know. You sit here 1 hour and you feel like, what are you doing with your time? And you want to quit, but you don't want to lose. I don't know, my push is slowly starting to slow down. And I think I'm lacking the ground forces. If those Berthas, like if there's nothing here, if they one time spawn here, then those all Berthas in the north will just push on this main building. Like, it's very luck based. Yeah, I'll get 50 fighter and then we'll add some more armored car. The fighters don't seem to do that much. It feels like they're bombers, but without bombing stuff. Like, I don't see them killing a single balloon. Like, 50 fighters can't kill one balloon. Oh, one balloon! One balloon with 50 fighter. Another balloon. 2 balloon. 3. 4. Okay, the ratio is 10 to 1, I think. 10 to 1. So to kill this I need around 300 fighter. Yeah, my balloons, they don't die to enemy anti-air. They just die by despawning. And that is a problem. It means I would need more Bertha. But I don't know if Bertha is the issue, considering they all don't even shoot. What I need, I think, is just more of those armored car meat shield. I would like horses, but I don't have horses, which is not nice. I could use Flammenwerfer tank. Maybe. Or maybe just add more armored car. Oh, they spawned in the back. If they spawn one more time in the back, it's instant GG. And... oh, instant GG. Or maybe not. How are they moving out so fast? Okay, if there was something blocking here, it would be instant GG, but they got out too fast. But even then, we're getting close. Yeah, they are not going through the Berthas, the Flammenwerfer, they are like for tanking. Like just getting extra hits. Okay, now it's this one. Okay, this is too much bad spawns, I think. I mean, actually, they are always pushing out through this corner somehow, which saves their life. Because if there was nothing here, this main building would be down so easy. Yeah, we're slowly pushing. This main building under fire, this one under fire. I just hope I don't kill this one and then don't kill this, because then... I mean, it doesn't matter. There's still one Germany here. I just hope I just don't only kill this. Because if I only kill this, then it's full Germany. And if I kill this and this, it's also full Germany, but at least 2 main building down. Okay, this was such a bad spawn. This is 2 dead main buildings, I think. Bye bye. I think the armored cars are doing wonders. Oh, main building. Oh, that was such a good spawn. This will save him, I think, for now. I mean... Nah, he can't come back. He's the Germany player with no Bertha. He has only mouse tank. There's no comeback. No Berthas. Oh, and no balloon, which just means I will have infinite bombers and fighter flying around, won't I? That is what air supremacy looks like, guys. And this is what a despawn looks like. Yeah, I mean, now he has infinite mouse tank, kinda. Is it just me, or did they make the anti-aircraft vehicle like much bigger? Like, I could swear that half a year ago this anti-aircraft vehicle was much smaller. Or not much smaller, like, I don't know, 10% maybe? 20? Oh, that mouse spawn is kinda kick W. The mouse gulag. Jesus. Yeah, I think I cannot break him. It's too much HP. And the balloons just... Like, if there's nothing spawning here in front of the main building, the balloons will reach the main building and kill him. But if there's one spawn here, then it's gonna take like another 10 minutes. Or maybe even longer. Like, all that matters now is how they spawn. And spawning every 20 seconds is way too hard to kill. Maybe I don't know how to fix this mode. You get more units and then they just die slower and slower. I guess the fighters can kill the main building in 10 years. Yeah, the problem is that he has such a high HP pool. I cannot kill his units in 20 seconds, and then all my battles keep despawning. And my balloons, they can never reach main building because they have to shoot mouse tanks underneath, and they despawn. This looks like a problem. How to win this? I actually don't know. We tried all the tricks in the book. Like maybe if that didn't spawn and there was like 3 bad spawn here behind the house or something. Maybe. Yeah, I guess Flammenwerfer. Just random spam units for tanking. So that this mouse that here advance, that they don't advance anymore. If there's Flammenwerfer and they stuck shooting them, that's what I want. I tried with armored car, but they seem to get stuck. Okay, this is OP. When they all come out like this is the most OP thing. Because now they are permanently tanking everything. But now they stopped, and this is a problem. Oh, more? And now there's like 20 mouse out of nowhere. GG. While he got rid of all his units in the back somehow. And now everything he has is in the front. Which is weird. Bro, if I go IR2, I make like the most negative stonks you could imagine. So much money wasted basically. He's pushing out, isn't he? My battles are not where they used to be. But the north is kinda pushing, I guess. Flammenwerfer is scary, watch it. This looks so destructive. This is where those games and movies get those mountains of skeletons from. The no man's land, where there's billions of dead people. Come on, game. Just end it. Nah, Aya 2 is impossible. I invested like, I don't even know how much money, but if I sell all my units, I lose... Can you go Aya 2 and get damage upgrade without selling? I could, Pition, but if I do that, at first there's gonna be 1,000 mouse tank going to my main building, and well, they're not doing enough damage, kinda. And then again, we don't even know if the bug is fixed that the damage upgrade is not working. It used to just not even work. Ah, this spawn is so OP. No. Every time it spawns like that is plus 5 minutes. Unless they actually die. Nah, all my beta despawn. It's so close, but now they will despawn in like 10 seconds. Yeah, exactly, like this. If they were just up a bit longer, this guy would be dead. But they just despawn here. Okay, if now nothing spawns here, we win this. Because there's like a hole here. Jesus, they also despawn. If those balloons are not shooting the ground and are actually going here to the main building, it's a win. Oh, nothing spawned here. No! Fuck this game. No! He literally got all his spawn directly. Oh, Jesus. Okay, there's one upside. If I have enough trash units to tank, then they all clutter together and I can maybe one-shot them all. Like if I have a better shooting here, would be kinda stonks also here. I don't even understand why the arrows start despawn so fast. They don't even reach. Like they just fly across the entire map. Don't even spend much time bombing. Like right now, they didn't even bomb anything. And now they will despawn. Like, they can't even get to the enemy main building without despawning. Like, I don't understand. Do they need to like perfectly fly? Or do they get stuck here? They can like spend 10 seconds doing something else and that's it. Yeah, this game, it's getting close, like the main building is getting lower and lower, but there's no decisive blow because the balloons just keep despawning. Like they don't even fight a long time. Okay, maybe they do. Why are they so slow and they so fast? Ah, because they're not in battle yet, I see. Maybe it's possible to destroy the main building. If I have enough spam and the balloons don't shoot anything underground. Nah, no stalemate. I think. Maybe. Or maybe it is stalemate. There's no decisive unit. Like, I have no idea what I can even do to win this. Like, in theory, in a different game, in a different universe, one would say, make more Bertha, kill all this army faster and then kill him. But if I make more Bertha, then I have more stuck Bertha. So, something is not working out. Oh my god, my game's lagging. Your mouse glitching is doing some insane CPU calculations. Jesus. I mean, on my old PC I would be lagging already. It's so hard. But here I just now start to... I mean, it's not lag, it's just like temporary lag or something. It's like every time your units spawn and glitch, they lag my PC. I mean, the main building is getting lower and lower, and I think I know why. I think it's the fighters shooting it. Fighters can actually kill the main building. So eventually, there should be a win. Eventually. Well, if it's not the fighters, the bombers fall and they do damage? I don't know if that's a thing. It didn't used to be. Jesus, this mouse lag machine. And somehow he pushed out of his base. Incredible. Okay, my game is dead, I think. There's like 100 mouse tank in this small hole here. How is he even pushing out? I don't understand. I know why. We reached a point where he has so much HP, so much spawn power, that no matter how many battles I have, they don't kill it. Which just means it's a spam fest regarding big units, I guess. I remember something like that back then when I played. You reach a point where you win by spamming 1000 tank. But I don't know, how can I fix it? Stop lagging, please. Thank you. I can't see the HP on the main building, so I will never know if it's the fighters. Well, I think we should end this time waste. I think that, I mean, we can do one last try. Some cheese. Since we already have so much money. What cheese could we do? What cheese is there to be done? Okay, I need an auto-clicker kinda. Let me set up my keyboard to auto-click. Because... oh, I can't actually. No. Whatever, I'll just do it per hand. Okay, his main building got more damage. I don't know how and why and whatever, but it has. So it's gonna be this or this? Nah, let's go this. T-Track. Ah. Ja gut, die Tierlist gab's schon vorher. Jetzt gab's halt wieder dafür. OP German, that was by the way, guys. T-Track is German. He said the tier list is from him. I can shift click. Is that possible? Lordy, they just forced me to play this. And I'm suffering. Oh my god, the moment I sold my Flammenwerfer, the tide has turned and suddenly they're pushing. But maybe fighter can snipe main building. I really don't know how it works. They did, no? I guess if there's so many mouse tanks, they don't focus them. Because they're too much armored. I don't know. Does it get down? I don't know. It didn't seem to move. Let's see. If that is moving, it's moving so low that I can actually not see it. I'm just gonna leave my mouse like this, let it fly 3 times, and we'll see if it goes down. Well, we had the tier list, Lodi, and then someone didn't participate in the vote on what to do next, so we ended up at this, kinda. Maybe the fighters have not been their choice. Maybe it was better after all shooting it. Okay, let's end this. Oh, I can use actually keybinds. How to end the game? This is how you end it. This is how you end it. Just have to believe. That's how it works. This is how we're gonna end it. You see this? This is the true army. Oh no, the music stopped. We played so long already. Is that even possible? You're telling me we played this Tug-of-war game 2 hours? Incredible. So let's see if this yeah, need more better. The more they block, the more we have. And now we have no planes or balloon, yet now we see everything more clear. Now we can do OP tactical decisions, right? Because there's so many to be made. This mode, they just made units die so fast. Like, the reason games don't end is because the units that push, they just despawn too fast. But then again, if they wouldn't, then we would have here a billion mouse tanks in the back. So, like, there's only negative sides, there's no good side. No matter how you, like, want to turn it, it's always bad. Ten times smaller. I don't think the size is necessarily the problem. I think the HP pool is the problem. I mean, I guess if they are smaller size, they all get splash damaged. If the splash gets reduced also, then you could just make a bigger map, but I don't know, I feel like the... No, HP is a problem, like, you cannot kill units. We have 1,000 Berthas shooting and they can't kill stuff. And it wouldn't even matter if it's a mouse tank. It could just be any tank or any kinda healthy unit. Well, turns out going more better is griefing. Because now we can really good see the despawn mechanic of the game. Where I just keep losing the front because I have nothing to push in. Yeah. Let's just troll. The OP motorcycle. The ultimate endgame. One shot everything with one bullet. Yeah, I don't think that's how it's gonna work. Would probably need like 300 upgrade. Here you go, the pro. Free win for you. It sounds like a lot of upgrades, but in reality 360 damage, 360% damage of 0 is still 0. Unless they're actually shooting mouse, like better shots now. Like one-shotting mouse, but due to some bug or something. No, they don't do anything. As expected. But it's time to end the game, you know. Can they even kill this one? Oh wait, they killed it. Yeah, the end is here. Damn, we're never gonna do this again, please. Never ever. Well guys, I hope you enjoyed my tier list from earlier. I think this is gonna be it for today. This has been like 4 hours now, I think it's too much. So maybe we'll do a stream again, I'm not sure. Maybe the industrial tier list, it really depends how I'm gonna feel about it. Because it's of course a commitment to stream. And I'm also playing other games of course, so don't have that much time, but we'll see. Maybe if there's enough motivation, we'll add the industrial tier list and maybe play some private games, I don't know, free-for-all with some random codes to the winner or something, I don't know. We'll need to see. But anyways, till next time guys.